What is up, everybody? Good evening. Howdy and welcome. Welcome in Whiskey. Welcome Starge, Sai. Welcome Pimmy, Tealer, Noki. Welcome Cursed, Squario, Sussy. Anyone else who might be lurking or who might join us along the way. It is I, your friendly neighborhood PB speaking, and I hope y'all having a grand day. All the music we just listened to was from Final Fantasy 13. No, not 13. Final Fantasy 15. Composed by Yoko Shimomura. As I said before, pretty much the best part of that entire game is the soundtrack. Phenomenal soundtrack. But yeah. Hello, y'all. I know, sussy, fake fan. We're back. Getting back to Final Fantasy 16 today. Can we please have a shout out for Tealer is Good? Whomst I was also watching playing a little FF16 earlier today. Yeah, I'm still obsessed. I watched two people play the game today, and the entire time I was watching I was like, oh god. I just want to play it. I just want to play it so bad. All the time. I'm not normal about it. It is quickly becoming one of my favorite games of the generation. I just gotta see how it goes from this point out. Of course we're, you know, still somewhat early in the generation, but still, I adore it. Anywho, it is time. I'm gonna go through a recap of the plot leading in. So forgive me, I may not be chatting to y'all, looking at y'all for a little bit. But I appreciate y'all for being here. Alright, here we go. The recap. The realm of Valisthea is preserved by the crystals. Mined from mountainous mother crystals, these crystals serve as the fuel for magic, used for heat, agriculture, construction, warfare, healing, and more. However, a blight is spreading across the land. The Deadlands, a region where no magic takes hold, where plants wither and the land crumbles to dust, is spreading. People flock to the light of the Mother Crystals and, as a result, kingdoms wage war over them. Clive Rossfield, once the son of the Duke of Rosaria, is the brother to the dominant of the Phoenix, Joshua. After an invasion by the Empire of Sambrek, and the death of his brother at the hands of the Icon Ifrit, Clive served as a slave soldier of the Empire, marked as a bearer due to his ability to use magic without a crystal. A chance encounter with his childhood friend Jill, now the dominant of Shiva, enslaved to fight for the Iron Empire, and Sid, once a soldier of the nation Walud, and dominant of Ramu, sees Clive joining a cadre of freedom fighters, the Cursebreakers. Sid, the leader of the Cursebreakers, aims to free the magic-using bearers from the slavery and subjugation of the various political powers that be. In doing that, he enlists Clive and Jill. Clive, seeking revenge for the death of his brother, seeks to find the man he believes to be the dominant of Ifrit. In their search for them, the two fight Sid's old comrade, Benedicta, the dominant of Garuda. In the fight, Clive absorbs Benedicta's power, finding himself able to command Garuda's wind power, and furthermore, awakens as Ifrit. Seeking answers, Clive and Jill visit the Phoenix Gate, where his brother was murdered, to find those answers. They find the shrine belonging to the ancient fallen race, where Clive relives his memories and accepts responsibility for his brother's death, fully awakening as the dominant of Ifrit. Yet all the while, a mysterious voice encourages Clive's actions. With the persecution of magic-using bearers increasing in its savagery, especially at the hands of the Empire of Sanbrek, Sid accelerates the Cursebreakers' plans. He explains to Clive and Jill that the spread of the blighted Deadlands is, in fact, due to the Mother Crystals. The Mother Crystals are absorbing the ether from the environment, causing it to die in response. Sid inspired by Clive's dedication in fighting the systems of oppression on his travels, seeks to create a world where magic bearers are no longer targeted for persecution. He aims to destroy the Mother Crystal of Sembrek, eventually every other Mother Crystal, not only to prevent the ongoing decay of the world, but to prevent humans from relying on magic entirely. Clive, accepting his responsibility as a dominant, and one who has witnessed firsthand the subjugation allowed by magic coming from the crystals, commits fully to Cid's cause. With the assistance of one of Cid's collaborators, the brothel owner, Isabel, Clive is able to sneak into the nation of Sembrek, where he was once forced to serve as a slave soldier. Seeing the excesses of the landed gentry, due to their over-reliance on branded slaves, Clive redoubles his resolve to Cid's mission. The party regroup at the Imperial capital, where they discover it more lightly guarded than usual. The Empire of Sembrek, Sylvester, is launching a full-scale invasion and war of conquest over his neighbouring kingdoms. This allows Clive, Jill, and Cid to infiltrate the subterranean mines, where smaller pieces of the Mother Crystal are harvested for widespread use. As they delve deeper into the mines, the three dispatch the soldiers acting as security, only to discover that many of them are succumbing to the effects and becoming akashic, a state that affords them inhuman strength, but at the cost of their sanity, a side effect of excess exposure to ether from the surrounding crystals, yet another harmful effect of society's over-reliance on the crystals. Cid leads the way deeper in, revealing that he had made a similar attempt to do this in the past, only to be stopped by the dominant of Bahamut, the draconic icon of light, who fights on the side of the Empire of Sembrek. However, Cid is unfamiliar with the dark spirits that now infest the deeper chambers, where the Mother Crystal is. Clive recognizes them as they haunted his progress in the Shrine of Phoenix Gate, but does not know what they are. Reaching the Mother Crystal's core, Cid summons the power of Ramuh and uses a judgment bolt to shatter the crystal, causing the entire mountainous Mother Crystal to turn to dust. However, in the space where the crystal once remained, a dark portal opens and magic power pierces through, blasting through Ramuh and reaching for Clive, calling him Mythos. Ramuh skewers the creature with his staff, sending it through the portal, but Clive somehow is drawn into another dimension, an empty misty void. There, Clive is forced to fight the same ghost that he had before, and eventually the alien creature named Typhon, who absorbs the power of Ramuh from the staff in his chest. In order to defeat it, Clive must fully awaken of Ifrit, finally gaining complete control of the icon. Clive awakens in the now empty chamber of the Mother Crystal, where Jill attempts to comfort a heavily wounded Cid. Before they can make their escape, however, a new creature appears, smaller than Typhon but undoubtedly a greater threat. This being names Clive as his vessel and reaches out for him. With the last of his strength, Cid cuts into the creature's neck with his sword, and Clive takes the blade in hand to deliver the final blow. The creature mocks Clive's denial and vanishes. Cid, sensing his death, thanks Clive for giving his mission a new hope, and urges him to continue fighting for the kind of place, continue fighting to give their kind a place to live without the yoke of magic, to free the world from the prison created by the crystals. Despite Clive's tearful protests, Cid imbues him with the essence of Ramuh, before finally succumbing to his wounds. Before Jill and Clive can mourn, however, again, the same alien creature steps out of a dark portal and overwhelms the two with a burst of flame. Stepping out of the shadows, another figure summons his own flames to shield the two. Joshua, Clive's younger brother and the dominant of Phoenix, is revealed to have survived his battle with Ifrit. He was the hooded man that Clive had been following, the dominant of Flame once captured by Benedicta. Clive recognizes his brother in a barely unconscious state before slipping into darkness. Joshua confronts the creature, which he names Ultima, having learned about it during his years of travels. Knowing that Ultima aimed to tear Joshua and Clive apart, and that it seeks Clive's power, Joshua means to stop it. Knowing that he cannot kill Ultima, who can seemingly spawn in endless temporary forms, He creates a prison of flame, capturing the creature and absorbing it within himself. He then departs, implicitly carrying the unconscious Clive and Jill to safety before disappearing. Five years later, we learn that Clive has taken up the role. Oh, no, wait, before that. Meanwhile, Sid's hideaway is under attack. The dominant of Titan and soldier of the Republic of Dalmatia, Hugo Kupka, has learned the death of his lover Benedicta, and been incited to rage by being sent her head, a move that is credited to Sid. He and his forces find the hideaway and begin the whole-scale massacre of the Cursebreakers. Only a few are able to escape the devastation. 5 years later, we learn that Clive has taken up the role of Sid, leading an infiltration of Dalmatia to rescue former Cursebreakers and other bearers imprisoned by Hugo's men. However, we see that the Cursebreakers' efforts do not have as much support as before, with many fearing the growing retribution of the holders of power and the violence that follows. Despite his difficulty with his new leadership role, Clive strives to continue to free the world from the power of the crystals, and, Jill and Torgal at his side, returns to the new hideaway, hidden in the half-submerged ruins of an ancient fallen airship, resting in a lake within the Deadlands. This is where we pick up our story. And here we are. Welcome in, Poco, Exo. Squareo, did I say hi? Rodney, Wade, and Tyler forgot again? Yeah. It is true. And here we are. Here we are. Here we are.
Last I saw, he was in the mess, as always.
Hope I paid Pimmy for that. I gave him 2 Werther's originals. So yeah, this is our new hideout, following the complete destruction of our original hideout. Is he one of the dominants? He looks like a businessman.
Again, I see schoolboys swing harder.
He asked for 3. You'll get 3 when you earn 3.
Otto will want to know what happened in Cosness. I expect he'll be in the mess.
I gotta say, we did choose a slightly cooler hideout than Sid, but it also seems a bit, you know, easier to find. I feel like if anyone was traveling through the Deadlands and they looked out at the water, it wouldn't be too difficult to see the airship with boats coming to and fro.
Look, it's Sid.
Staying on this time?
Plank polisher. Peter the plank polisher. Well, we all need moral support. See, the bustling city is built into the airship at least, so it's if it wasn't for like all the boats going to and fro, you might not be able to peep that. So if you see that and you see, yeah, actually not true enough, there's a whole dock and everything. Yeah. I'm guessing just not many people come around here.
Yes, Captain.
I'll let the others know.
Have you finished sorting those reports yet?
Finished? I ain't started. I'm busy enough with my own work.
Oh, there's the Moogle.
Ah, there you are, Clive. Word of your adventures arrived this morning. Victor sent his thanks.
I doubt Kupka will miss the fools he sent to catch me. Not a single one of the bearers we saved showed any interest in coming with us. No one seems keen to join hands with an outlaw.
We have become hot.
Any news while we were away?
None worth mentioning. Gav's still off keeping an eye on the Republican army. Should be back any day now.
Keeping an eye.
Understood. If anyone needs
Because
me,
he
I'll
lost
let
the
them
other
know.
one? Come on, Otto. Fucking hell. Oomst dad?
Still can't work that one out. There must be better places than the hull of a gutted airship to bury your nose in a book.
That sounds like a pretty
This
cool
is
place
where
to read a
she's
book.
chosen to be. And I'm sure she has her reasons.
I would prefer more Final Fantasy games like this, Starge, but I would also like more full-fledged RPGs. Like, definitely give me more Final Fantasy action games, and if they play like this, brilliant. If we get to use more weapons, if we get more party members, even better. History of Valisthian jurisprudence, the Continental Accord. The signing of the Continental Accord marks the beginning of the modern era of Valisthea. Where the realm had once been riven by hatred and mistrust, the Accord built bridges, affecting many of the areas of realm-wide cooperation that persist to this day. The shared currency, shared calendar, and common system of bearer ownership, chief amongst its epoch-making achievements. Alas, in the years since the Accord signing, many of these old rifts have reopened. It is for us to follow in the footsteps of our forebears, and wholeheartedly endeavor to usher in a new age of peace and unity. No, it's a good Final Fantasy game as well. I just also want mainline Final Fantasy RPGs to get the same level of investment and beef. Not just 7 Remake.
I trust I'm not intruding.
Back from your mission? I'm beginning to think your habit of surviving cannot be attributed
Hello,
to luck
Vivian.
alone.
Hello.
One might say the same of you. Vivian Ninetails.
Vivian
I'll have
Ninetails?
you know that only 4 attempts have been made on my life, and none was especially memorable.
Who the fuck brought their OC into the
To what
game?
do I owe the honor? Could it be that you've come for one of my lessons?
Is that so hard to believe?
Very well then. Shall we start with the state of the realm?
Me? Yeah.
Absolutely no one's surprised. She finds herself
I
at the
would make
mercy
this
of
character.
armies and outlaws.
I sure would.
Well, mostly armies. Though that's not for want of trying, is it, Clive? But the real question is, how did we get here? Long though Sambrek's dominion over northeastern Storm has endured, recent days have seen the Blight wrest ever more land from her grasp. For which reason she has continued to wage war on her rival across the strait.
That's
hoping to
Walud.
claim less blackened pastures.
Over there.
But Odin would sooner pawn his sword than Walud relinquish Ash. And the Empire pays dearly for every blade of grass bent beneath Sambrequois boots. Little wonder then that Sylvester set his sights on the crystalline dominion, an altogether easier target, possessed of no less ether.
Haven't been there yet.
5 years ago, while you were busying yourself with the destruction of Drake's head, that the Empire made its move, subjugating its theretofore neutral neighbor. A nation which could legitimately claim to be the center of the world. Certainly, there is no better place to stage an army.
I thought he was attacking
The
Dalmacia.
Empire's reach spans the twins. The non-aggression treaty was the only thing keeping them in check. But if they truly broke the pact without provocation, it is only a matter of time before others reply in kind. The Holy Empire, the Dalmacian Republic, the Kingdom of Walud, and of course, our friends in Yaran.
Yaran, that's the Iron Empire.
I wonder when the last drop of blood is spilled.
Me.
You were born in Twinside.
Clive Sexman.
Do you not fear for your home?
Oh, dark clouds are wont to gather over the Dominion. Yet in spite of it all, she has ever endured. And when the storm has passed, I am confident she will remain. Now, as to the matter of payment for today's lesson, Complete a simple errand for me, and we shall consider ourselves even.
Are you starting with a side quest?
Right.
Return this volume to old tomes in the shelves. Tell him it was adequate.
I suppose it wouldn't hurt to visit our resident historian.
Here for another of my lectures.
View the state of the realm.
Allow me to educate you.
By speaking with Vivian in the hideaway map room, Clyde can view the state of the realm and learn more about the current goings-on in Valstea. Revisit any of the Ninetales' past lessons or take a deeper look at the relationships of those individuals in Clive's orbit. Damn, this is...
I have the details here.
Here you can view a detailed visualization of character relationships in Final Fantasy 16 and updates while you progress through the main scenario. How many hours are we into this game? We're getting a relationship map. Jesus. Torgal, puppy, very important. Wade and Tyler, see? The game didn't forget them. See, it's still linking it's putting this dominant of fire as the mysterious stranger. So there is someone separate from Joshua running around in the hood, as I had thought. The Republican Prime Minister, Dalmatian Chief Strategist, the homies. Royal Knight Lord Commander. He seems an important dude. We've seen him pop up a few times. Tiamat, that's our old commander when we were fighting for the bastards. Mother of God. This is pretty neat though, if you wanted to look it up. Also, I like that we have little marks for each of our dominants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is there an 8th? Oh yeah, it's it. Oh no. No.
One must understand one's place in the world.
Mother God. Even showing like sites of battles and stuff. That's sick. Should be one more we haven't seen. Is there? Can't think of who it is. We've seen Bahamut, Ifrit. Okay, yeah, let's think. Phoenix, Phoenix, Ifrit, Shiva, Titan, Garuda, Ramu, Bahamut, Odin. Okay, so it's 8 including Clive. Currently, 7 not including him.
The state of the
See, I was wondering if they had Leviathan. We haven't seen Leviathan yet, but I would fucking love to have Leviathan. Leviathan's my homie. King of the Summons. In Final Fantasy IV, that is. Chocomog, where?
Everyone seems so happy to see us.
Oh shit! I can't wait to see Leviathan. I was thinking that he might have got excluded, but
Good to be home.
you hope for Quetzalcoatl were dashed. Yeah, I mean, given their importance in the game's plot, I'm okay with the somewhat limited amount of summons and the whole one per element thing. Limits it further. Fuck Ramu? Nah. Never that. Give me the arena. That's what I'm guessing it's gonna be. Costness. I wonder if we'll be going back there. You just mad? Understandable. What's up, Goots?
Dave, you're back. You didn't happen to run out of potions while you're away, did you? We've a fine selection of tonics and tinctures. Oh, perhaps you'd be interested in some new accoutrement. Gear.
You're disowning Goots? Off limits. That means you. Fuck.
Clive,
Blackthorn.
things here ain't too bad.
I suppose. Got a decent hammer, a decent anvil, and an apprentice that knows his hammer from his cock. Oh, and the furnace is alright and all, thanks to old Sid's bellows. The gods only know how I'd keep the coals hot enough from here on out. On the mirror? Without him. No bloody crystals, that's for sure. I reckon you won't find a forge like this one anywhere else in the Twins, and I count myself lucky to work it. Thanks for keeping me on. If you need anything, give us a shot.
Sang Fordian, do you?
Yeah, the music is... The Sid sword? Are you hurting me, video game?
Say so myself.
Alright. Sometimes you can turn one sword into another. From heaven on high, far did his bolt fall to deliver justice. Oh wait, no, I meant to reinforce.
Anything else?
Nothing. Alright, let's check out this new sword. Oof. Oh, it's on? It's a fancy sword.
Does that one have blood on it?
Is it business or pleasure? We won't hear me complaining.
It's even roomier than the old one was. Got my own stores, my own little counter. And thanks to you lot fighting the good fight, plenty of demand for me
The
wares.
only drawback.
It's a constant bloody racket. If it's not Doris and Otto barking the orders, it's Blackthorn and Bardolph banging away day and night.
Still,
If a pain in the ear rolls the price I have to pay to be Sid the Outlaw's partner in crime, I'd say I've got myself a bargain. That's me.
if you're gonna buy something, be quick about it.
Automatically charges magic spells and maintains the charge until cast. Increase limit break generation. That's an interesting one. That's one of the most interesting ones I've seen so far. But I don't always want to shoot charged magic spells. Elixir instantly restores all HP.
You're rubbing
Yup.
me blind, you know.
Yo.
It'd better all be here.
Have we any... What can I get you, Sid?
Oh man.
How am I getting on? Ah, about as well as you'd expect of a barmaid pouring sour ale for penniless outlaws in the middle of the Deadlands. And it'd be worse than that if Molly here didn't make the best stew this side of Stone here, even if it is mostly just yesterday's leavings. Don't tell her you heard that from me, though. Well, someone's in a good mood. Drink up, you lot. The next round's on Sid.
Spent 10 grand on this. Is anything gonna happen?
Oh, keep your mug handy.
No. I just spent 10 grand on eel. My wife will never forgive me. My wife Shiva. To marinate yard chocobo, prepare hand by draining blood and removing both head and feet. Offal, particularly the heart and liver, should be set aside for later use. Stir into a deep bowl watered wine, preferably of the red variety. Honey, salt, pepper, nutmeg, and any other seasonal savory herbs if you so desire. Add to the bowl the dressed bird, and let lay in a dark room for a single turn of the sun. Break the breastbone, and ready your force meat thusly. Chop together the heart and liver of the chocobo, and mix it with the crumb of a steel barm and pepio or kupu nuts, soaked in boiled cream, beaten mace, and as much thyme as will lie on a gill penny, and fill the bird, but not overly so. Lard the breast with boar bacon, and split the bird, trying it at both ends, that the force meat not spill into the coals. Roast until skin is golden brown, taking care to baste regularly with drippings. Kenneth. Is this Tasco's? This is the Findus factory. We're making crispy pancakes.
Old Tome said the hideaway is built inside an airship. Said it was called the Invincible.
The Invincible? Where Setzer at? The Invincible was Setzer's, wasn't it? After the Blackjack? Simeon's Treasury of Knowledge, Volume ye 11th, ye Treasury of Beasts. Ye seas which gird about ye land of Valsay on all sides doth churn most frothily with diverse and deadly creatures. Among these are beasts more prodigious in size than entire islands, yet customarily as placid as ye very doldrums. Yet lo, when they do awaken, towering waves are driven forth, like in proportion to great mountains. Ye peoples of ye outer seas in which these creatures dwell, doth live in great terror of ye writhing isles, as certain chroniclers make record of their being known. Hello, sounds.
Oarsman Harpocrates.
Now that is a name I have not heard for a long time. So long
You're
in
looking
fact,
well,
I've
mate.
forgotten it was mine. Welcome home, Clive. You were missed, as always.
I believe this belongs to you.
I like your fancy belt thing.
Vivian asked me to return it.
Of Gods and Men, a heavy leather-bound tome containing the findings of one Anaximander of Canberra, a renowned theologian who spent most of his life chronicling Valsaya's diverse religious history.
Already? Our resident scholar devours books faster than young Tet does lemon tarts. Would that I could do the same, but alas, I no longer possess the necessary constitution for such indulgence, either in words or tarts. That said, I have continued my search for mention of the creature you encountered at Drake's Head, but Without access to the great libraries of Oriflamme or the Dominion, I regret that I have been able to find little and less. I am sorry.
Please, don't apologize. I'll send word to our associates. See if they can't furnish you with more books.
I fear it is not more books that I require, but the right ones.
What are you saying,
In
Sassy?
the wrong places.
What are you
There are
saying?
still libraries to the north.
I'll see what I can do.
You are too kind. There are not many in this world who would indulge the whims of a tired old historian.
Not too tired to go filching Kupo nuts, though. Always got a pocket for him. Nicks him off the Moogle.
Hush now. We all know there's no such thing as Moogles.
What?
The twins seem well.
What?
Aye. Yet they laugh far too little for one so young.
I mean, there's no
The
such thing as
loss of their
Muggles.
parents weighs heavy on them,
There's one
however well they hide it.
right out there.
Titan took much from us that night. From some more than others. And the wounds that remain, they are not quick to heal.
Which is why we must give them all the time they need.
We made this one up.
Just as I must
This
give
one was
you the
invented
time
by a
you
writer.
need to recuperate.
Not this time.
Good day. Gav will be back soon. I should get some rest while I can.
How good it is to see you, Clive. Look around you.
While it is a far cry from the Imperial Library in Oriflamme, in 5 short years we have amassed more volumes than most men or women might hope to see in their lifetime. No longer are the tales they contain hidden away from all but the privileged. We have liberated them, that they may fill the minds of all who hunger for knowledge.
Still,
There is much more out there, and as long as I draw breath, I shall continue to gather what I can.
why?
One day, a chronicle of your own adventures might even grace these shelves. Or, feeling that, the floor. Ha, ha, ha. You're all AI that I made myself.
Some new entries, if you would like to see them. What subject shall we consider today?
Cid the Outlaw, leader of the faction believed responsible for the shattering of Drek's head in 1873. With this single act of infamy, Cid's name quickly spread to the 4 corners of Valstea and beyond. The Hideaway, established under the leadership of Clive Rossfield, who took on the title of Cid after his former leader's passing and Titan's destruction of the old Hideaway. Here, a community of like-minded individuals from across the realm have gathered to build a place where people can live and die on their own terms. Like its predecessor, it is built within fallen ruins deep within the deadlands of Central Storm. Decidedly unlike its predecessor, however, it is located in the center of a lake, Ben Amir, across whose waters any invading enemy can easily be spotted long before their arrival. Vivian Ninetails, a scholar and strategist who makes her home in the Hideaway, analyzing every shred of information that comes in from the wider world in order to divine the dispositions of the realm's armies and those who lead them. She offers her insight to Clive that he might better understand the lay of the land. The moniker Ninetails, of which she herself is fond, was gifted her by her fellow scholars in recognition of her ability to speak at length on almost any subject. Victor, a friend of Cid's and later Clive's, who keeps an ever-attentive vigil on the comings and goings in Dalmatia from his hometown of Costness. Costness, a town located in the rugged northern reaches of the Dalmatian Republic. Though it was once a thriving trade post, the coming of the Blight has served to both discourage travelers as well as drive off long-time residents. All that now remain are refugees fleeing from elsewhere, the black marketeers who prey upon them, and barely enough soldiers to keep the peace, or rather, to pretend to when they're not being bribed to look the other way. The fall of the Hideaway. An assault by Hugo Kupka, dominant of Titan, and his private guard, on the first hideaway of Cid the Outlaw in the year 873. The safe haven, established long amongst forgotten ruins, long consumed by the Blight, was entirely destroyed, and many of Cid's collaborators and the bearers they had freed from servitude were slain. Am I pronouncing Kupka wrong? Typhon. Seemingly drawn to the destruction of the heart of Drek's head, Ultima emerged from a Terran reality wearing the skin of Tython, a withered and wizened colossus, and drew Clive into a space between worlds, where the ethereal entity might test his worth as a vessel. Oh, he's like odd signs. Vultures. Opportunistic avians like many other predatory birds, prefer to stealthily swoop down on foes from above and skewer them with razor-sharp beaks. Though they are thought to primarily feed on carrion, traveling in large flocks in search of the dead and dying, it is not uncommon for vultures to attack living prey when times are lean. If you happen to hear their eerily human-like caws, squarks, and warbles, it is best to find cover, and quickly. Dragonettes. Lesser dragons known for their nimbleness and flight. Those specimens of the Sambraquois subspecies, known more commonly as the worm, or worm, are somewhat easily tamed, and as such widely employed in battle by the Imperial legions. Ramuh, the Warden of Thunder whose power most lately awakened within Sidolphus Telamon. Dominance of the icon most often emerge among the descendants of the Motes of Thunder, a tribe who once dwelled in the lands of Central Ash, lands that the kingdom of Waloed now lays claim to. Mayhap in part due to the tribe's comparatively advanced learning, Ramuh is associated with wisdom and judgment to this day.
Did you learn everything you
Wait,
needed?
you still got some of the beasts you haven't read yet?
I might assist you with, Clive? If you have a question
A
for
small
me,
pile
I
or a
should be
small
happy to answer
turd?
it.
I wouldn't really call him that myself. Oh, panthers. Archetypal predators known best for their brilliant spotted coats and a proclivity to lives of solitude. As is the case with most felines, the animals are severely strong-willed, and efforts by the Republican Army to harness their inborn speed and ferocity for use on the battlefield has been met with varying degrees of success. Alright. I would caught up with the bestiary.
Shall ever be open.
Fucking hell. Mithril, a mineral most mighty. Mithril is a material of both passing hardness and luster, and it is these two qualities for which it is valued by the weapon and armorsmiths of the realm. However, there is a third quality of mithril that sets it apart from both steel or shell: its durance. While even the finest steel may be melted by dragon's fire, become brittle in frigid climes, or turn to rust if not regularly and rightly oiled, mithril is, once made, eternally unchanging. In this volume, I'll explain how one might go about making, shaping, and employing mithril in one's work. Wow! I don't have any mithril.
Not
Might-
like a blink and you're already off.
Yay! Tarya's alive.
It looks good, Clive. Goes well with the scowl.
I'd had that brand for so long. I'd forgotten what life was like without it. What it was like to be myself. And it's all thanks to you, Talia.
The scalpel did most of the work. Ah, before I forget, a rider was here with a letter from Gav. Otto left it on your desk.
Not a Stolas. All right, I'll have a look.
And then you get some rest.
Got a nice
Could
ponytail.
Gav have thought worthy of a letter?
Have you been to the toll? I hear a new shipment's just arrived. Oh, no. I still don't know.
Oh? Jill in Clive's chamber? Wait.
Otto was here earlier with a letter from Gav. He left it on your desk.
We making implications? The Oath. Created the day Clive pledged his allegiance to Cid, this crystal shard transfixed with twin daggers is a powerful reminder of a promise made, a friendship forged, and a legacy inherited. And that is the only memory I have. Okay, yeah, whenever it's like open and stuff like this, it still feels like there's a... I thought we were like... Last time I thought we were like maybe 50%, 60% of the way through the game, but it's starting to feel like it's opening up to even more. The reading table. Reports, letters, and other important missives addressed to Clive are delivered to the reading table in his chambers. New messages are always arriving, so make it a point to check the reading desk upon returning to the hideaway. The Republic's play. The Republican army marches on the Empire at Twin Side, and the men of the Rock have been summoned to the front. Something big is brewing, I reckon. I'll see you're done to wear upon my return. Gav.
What does Gav have to say?
The Republican army is on the march, leaving Randalar in Hugo Kupka's charge. With him and his men occupied with the defense of the capital, they're less likely to trouble us.
Good news, then.
It's more than that.
Yeah, I just wonder if we're going to like get them more quickly as we
Waiting for.
go in.
But look how far we've come. All that we have here, our friends, the hideaway, are they not cause for joy?
5 years. 5 long years. If I could only command this power I've been granted, we might have achieved so much more. But each time I reach for it, it's like something is holding me back.
Summoning an icon exacts a price not easily paid. Your body knows this only too well. It's merely trying to save you from yourself.
And every burden I cannot bear falls to you.
This mission of ours has made me question everything I thought I knew. But one thing has become abundantly clear. The crystals take more than they give. In exchange for momentary comfort, we must endure a lifetime of pain, war after war, loss upon loss. And now they rob us of our very homes, leaving naught but dust and ash. But you're trying to change that. We're trying to change that. And to me, that's no burden.
I know, but...
Try not to forget. We're only here because Joshua gave us a second chance. It would be a pity to waste such a precious gift.
But how did Joshua survive? How did Joshua,
He did.
the Phoenix,
He was there.
survive?
It wasn't an illusion. I heard him call out to Ultima.
I don't know why I didn't realize how simple the answer was. The mystery of, is that Joshua? What's he doing wandering around?
If Joshua is still alive, he'll be looking for that
He's a fucking
thing.
life bird.
Do you think he will ever come back?
I know he will. And we must be ready when he does. To a world without mother crystals.
Fuck the crystals.
That's it.
Ty, would you believe me if I chose a Phoenix? Oh? Looking kinda cool, Joshua.
And so the North is lost.
I knew that the blight spread ever more swiftly, Your Grace. But this is far, far worse than any could have imagined.
It is only a matter of time before the twins are no more. The world marches ever closer to its end, and here we chase shadows. Tell me, brother, are our efforts in vain?
How about you come find me and ask me? Just wandered off for 5 years. In some sort of odd adventure twink.
Master Clive, a moment, if you... my apologies, I didn't mean to... intrude.
Not at all. We were just discussing strategy.
Speak freely, Otto.
It's Martha, from the inn. She's gone missing. Anyway, I'll be in the mess when you've finished.
Very well.
Can't believe I spent 10 grand on buying a drink and nothing happened. I'll do it 4 more times
Make Martha leave the rest.
before I believe it does nothing.
If something has happened to Martha, we need to speak with Otto.
Goblin coin. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Jill, turns out there are no stairs from that balcony. I should have known this is my room. Ayo hell, how's it going? Welcome in. Bet it's for a trophy. Very possible. And I have trophy notifications turned off, so I'll never know. Wait. This is the wrong way. Sorry. Nah, I do find that the trophy notifications can really undercut good moments in games. They are a inbuilt immersion breaker.
What do we know, Otto?
Some lads from the Imperial garrison in Rosaria started a fight over at Martha's Rest. Blood was spilled, bones were broken. The usual. But somewhere in the middle of it all, Martha vanished without a word to anyone. And that ain't like her, Clive. Something's not right.
You think this was planned?
Of course it bloody was. Ever since Eastpool, the Empire's been tightening its grip around the Duchy's balls. They've strung up everyone who's ever set eyes on a runaway, claiming they're traitors to the Holy Throne, conspiring to restore the House of Rosfield to power. And now it sounds like the bastards have turned their attentions to the pallbearers meek enough to stay put. Naturally, old Martha could see the way the wind was blowing, complained that it was getting harder and harder to take bearers in.
And now she's missing. If she's fallen into the hands of the Empire, we could be next.
Couple of curse breakers are already on their way to the inn. They should help speed up the search. But if this is as bad as I think it is, you might end up having to save their asses and all.
Don't worry, Otto. I'll make sure everyone gets home safe.
A new quest is available nearby. And this lady is also talking to us.
And how may I assist you today?
Allow me to educate you.
Ah, this is the situation map. Dalmatian Republic are performing a siege of the Crystalline Dominion. Men of the Fist, Dalmatia is standing army while officially an organ of the Republic. Each of its 5 states is granted relative autonomy with regard to the management of its troops. Aside from certain specialized squads, battle deployments are mostly comprised of small units employing a mixture of foot soldiers and battle mages. The former are known and feared for their curved swords and prodigious axes, and the deadly skill with which they wield them. Imperial Army, the assembled forces of the Holy Empire of Sunbreck. While officially under the command of the Cardinals, it is the Holy Emperor, Sylvester Lesage, who the legions truly serve. On the battlefield, the Dragoons, peerless lancers renowned throughout the realm, are the Empire's keenest weapon, descending from the skies to sow terror and disarray among their hapless foes. Costness, that's where we were. Fort Sinitra. That... the Knights of the File, isn't that where... yeah. The Iron Kingdom I thought the Iron Kingdom get all the way. Did they sail? Land somewhere here? Or did they actually... You know, we can probably find out. Yeah, they did. They did indeed sail. And now here we are, heading to Martha's aid.
Thus ends today's lesson.
Thanks, Vivian. Actually, tell me,
My favorite.
Vivian, what about you?
One would think.
My role was abundantly clear by now. I offer you and yours the guiding light of knowledge, that of matters military and political, both past and present, that it might illuminate your way ahead. For it is only by understanding what has come before that one might steer one's way towards a brighter future. Your role, meanwhile, is to ensure that I remain furnished with as much information on the state of the realm as your people can muster, in order that I might continue to appraise the dispositions of the great nations and those who rule them. And of course, to pay attention to my lectures. It would not do to appoint the storied Ninetales as your tutor only to disregard her expert advice.
Then I bid you good day.
Bye.
If you need volunteers, just say the word.
Wait. The name of that quest? Now we gotta take it.
Finish with that. Welcome back, Sid.
Damn blighted bilge.
Is everything all right?
Aside from the holes in my hull, everything's roses.
The lake water doesn't agree with it, then?
That's one way of putting it. And unless you got some grand scheme to suck the black from the lake like we do in the atrium, that slurry will keep eating away at the timber like young Tech does our lemon tarts. Suppose a coat of pitch might stave off the rot for a moon or so. Assuming we had any pitch, which we don't. Not any bloody more. Doubt the old tub's got more than a dozen runs left in him.
Of course, Obolus. Your skiff is our only means of reaching the mainland. Without it, we'd be lost.
Well, I'm glad someone round here sees it that way. To make pitch, you need pitch trees. But in case you haven't noticed, live trees are one of the 1,000 things sorely lacking in the Deadlands. Now, I'm not so unkind as to ask you to fell a faraway forest and lug the logs back here to the mere, which is why we'll be needing a suitable alternative. And it just so happens I once heard the thorny pitchers of Curltail Falls cover themselves in a sticky wax to trap birds and beetles and whatnot.
Curltail Falls?
Tide me over.
Sounds easier than felling a faraway forest.
Sounds like a Final Fantasy high school. Quest accepted, Cock and Ball. They really went and did it. They were the first Final Fantasy to say cock and ball.
If you need volunteers, just say the word. When it comes to the old fisticuffs.
Oh wait, we're just heading on, aren't we? Bum 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 bum. We'll set out from 3 reeds. Since that where our side quest is leading us. Yeah. Nice fen they got here.
Easier than felling a forest, I said. Trees don't have teeth.
Man, its reach isn't very far, is it? Oh wait, you can reposition it. Pitcher wax. Sticky substance found in the pitcher of a carnivorous plant which thrives in the Rosarian lowlands.
I can't imagine Obelisk.
Yeah.
This. Time to head home.
Broya clams. There are no more victories, sigh. No more victories to be had. We're just surviving. Jill just ran face first into a bush. We're going to pretend we didn't notice. Man, the range of that is so fucking low. Tell me the master in that improves its range. Range of lightning when striking ball. You have to be like right in an enemy's face. I reckon it'll be very good for fighting big solo enemies. But in a more mobile fight, its application seems limited. Next time I'll try and get used to repositioning it. Love pile drive though. Pile drive sick. This place looking a lot grayer. Just to represent the spread of the blight.
What happened here?
Come on. We need to find the others.
Jesus.
Imperials. If they hurt Martha, they'll have the whole rest.
Best off staying where we are for now, I reckon.
Kiara, welcome in.
Physical, shall we?
I'm sorry.
Sid? What said you'd be coming?
I trust you don't mind. Also thought you might need some help. And it appears he was right.
You, could say that, yes. They're saying the Imperials descended like a storm. No one was spared their fury. Martha tried to step in and calm things down, but all our efforts got her were a pair of iron shackles and a hard march.
Any idea where?
Judging by their tracks, they headed towards Sorrowwise Bay.
To the Abbey sheltering Martha's bearers.
The bastards. Jill and I will go after them. You take care of the people here.
We will. But, before
Oh,
you go,
I'm ready to do some
the
killing.
locals heard something. He said the soldiers were talking about a culling. I don't know how big this is, but it doesn't sound good. Be
The
careful out there,
bastards.
Sid.
You do the same.
Yep, definitely gonna do some killing. I'm sorry, Caulk and Ball, you're gonna have to
Paul was
wait.
right. That was no tavern brawl. It was a message.
But a culling. Bearers are the property of the Empire. The garrison wouldn't have the authority to act alone. The orders would have had to have come from higher up.
Sure. Hey. What? Good to see you, Sid. The soldiers who did this are long gone, I'm afraid. We're doing what we can to treat the wounded.
Man, look how white Torval's getting. Old buddy. It is now, it seems. We've made it that way.
Look. Up ahead. Martha. Are you hurt?
Don't worry about me. It's them at the Abbey who need you. You have to do something.
Tell us what happened.
What happened? The damn Black Shields, that's what happened.
The Black Shields?
The bastards caught wind. The Abbot and I were helping bearers. They were gonna hang us both. When the sick rose from their beds. Poor souls turned on the Imperials. Distracted them long enough for me to get away.
Then they may still be alive. Martha, do you think you can make it back to the inn? Cole is there with the other curse breakers.
I think so. Thank you, Clive.
I'm going to see a
Black shields.
bunch of dead, sick people.
Twisted joke. There has only ever been one row of shields in Rosaria, and they fought to defend all her citizens.
It seems a step too far, even for the
True enough, that is fucked up calling it the Black Shields. They're gonna double die now. Okay. But I have to remember that you can reposition the lightning rod. But for now, let us change up our abilities.
Are we too late?
There might still be someone inside.
No.
Damn it.
I thought you lot were all spent.
Oh, y'all are so fucking dead.
The bearers to this.
Wait. These two aren't turned.
That bitch of an innkeeper must have sent them. Colluding with the enemies of the Empire is a serious offense.
And for their crimes shall they be punished. Such is the law. To dwell in darkness that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these our swords we swear.
How dare you speak those words? Have you no honor?
Clive.
This won't take long.
Fucking death. Yeah, you think occasionally one of them would, Noki. Stop cussing.
think so.
Please read the stream labels. Little babby. Ba 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 bum 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 ba bum. What's the green thing?
I didn't see the abbot. He may still be alive.
Hmm. I wonder if I can get the quest names off the screen. I would not mind in general having less UI. Yep. Stop fucking swearing.
Found her.
The abbot.
The bearers died protecting him. Calling upon what little magic they had left in their bodies.
Clive. He's breathing.
We're friends of Martha. We're here to help.
Are the Imperials dead?
They are. Every last one.
If only that were true. The Black Shields will return. The cuttings will continue.
Yeah, Square, it's not a great time to be alive in this world.
Rosaria will never be saved unless we save her. Tell Mother to beg his aid and tell her this wasn't her fault.
I shall.
Can I just transform into Ifrit and like take down an entire army?
Where are you?
In here! We found a survivor!
Clive.
Oh. Spoke too soon.
He's gone.
We've laid the abbot to rest, but the bearers, they didn't need to die like this.
No, they didn't. But it was their choice. They knew the fate that awaited them.
Did we scoop them all up and put them in a bag?
Terms, fighting for those who fought for them.
Martha said they rose from their beds, threw themselves at the Imperials so she and the abbot could escape.
I've gathered the bearers' remains. We should consider.
Oh, we actually did. We did gather them all up in a bag.
Far from here. Radix jump. The currents there are swift.
That could not have been
If
pleasant.
the abbot was still with us, he'd have taken the dust there himself and performed the casting. I'll get someone to.
I'll do it.
Of course. Cole and I will remain here and see to the Imperials.
Nicely done. They become ashen ones. Oh no. Oh, is that an Ahriman? What? It's a bounty? Notorious marks. Every now and then, Clyde may encounter creatures larger, faster, and more ferocious than most. While flight is always an option, defeating these notorious marks can earn him not only renown, but also rare materials that may be used to craft new gear or upgrade existing items.
Do you think it's spotted us, Torgal? What am I saying? Of course it has. It's a floating eyeball.
Did he just... Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop it. Stop it. Don't do me. Don't do me. Mother of God. Oh!
Too slow. Nice try. Too slow. Get him.
Fucking hell.
Nice try.
Well, at least my Will of the White shielded me. Woo! Such a slippery little bastard. Stop laughing at me. Get down here, you little fucker. Hey, Karma. Excellent, thank you. The moment this game became a 10 out of 10. This is like perfectly the animation synced up with the quest thingy. Can we feel like this like I'm petting the Ahriman? No. Yeah. He really did say that. Well, that's cool. I'm gonna want to try and find all those. 229. Nope, don't think we can get in with that yet. I forgot my...
That must be the bridge.
Get your broiler clam shells.
So shall the waters cleanse thee of thy burden, and bear it out to sea.
Clive, you should have smothered your face in ash and called yourself a diamond dog.
And now they are truly free.
This is not how you become punished, Clive.
I hope so. What of the Imperials?
A pyre was made. It's more than they deserve. We should go back. Cole is worried about Martha.
All right.
He's punished Sid. Oh my god. Fucking Jimmy playing Xenogears. Don't like that guy. Nah, fuck a Kratos. Leave Jimmy alone? No. He has earned my enmity. I need to catch up though. This will be the second stream that I'm behind. Just been playing too much goddamn Final Fantasy XVI.
Thank you, Founder.
12 is being lost on the Yggdrasil. Fucking true.
I'm glad Martha's safe. Both for her sake and the town's. This place wouldn't be the same without her.
Sai, thank you for giving a shout out to Jimmy.
How do?
I wanted this to happen.
A fair trade. Is that everything?
Oh wait, no, that's selling. I don't want to sell those.
Much obliged.
Fucking
Thanks
hell.
very much. That all, is it?
Yeah.
They've killed my parent. I demand recompense.
I immediately tried casting magic on him.
We'll return to the hideaway as soon as we've finished our ministrations.
No one survived then?
I'm sorry. Before he passed, one of them bade me tell you not to blame yourself.
Doesn't mean I won't. Doesn't mean their blood's not on my hands. Cole said
Starge
you cast their
tattling.
remains. That was good of
Big
you,
old tattle.
but it should have been me. This was all my fault.
How? You couldn't have known.
But I did. And I turned a deaf ear to the warnings like the fool I am. The rumors started moons ago. of black-clad devils descending on villages in the dead of night to slit the throats of sleeping bearers. But I assumed it was all just nonsense concocted by the Empire. Nothing but a ghost story meant to make folk think twice about lending a hand to a fugitive bearer.
And in ordinary times you would have been right. What these Black Shields are doing is unthinkable. Which begs the question, why do it at all? My mother obviously has a hand in this. I cannot make sense of her actions.
And picking what goes on in that woman's head is a job for someone with more time on their hands. Right now, I need swords and men to wield them, preferably big ones. If those Imperials think they can come in here again and threaten my people, they're in for a rude awakening. Oh, before I forget, a Stolas from Otto landed just before you arrived. He asked me to tell you that Gav has returned.
Then we must as well. Will you be all right here, Martha?
We can stay longer if you wish.
No need. I'll be ready should the Imperials come calling. Though I wouldn't turn my nose up if you were to lend me a pair of them strapping young curse breakers.
I want them back. Too, that's a good idea. I might make myself a little bit of tea during the break. Oh, we have a side quest here, do we? The White-Winged Wonder. In this weather? Yeah, tea's actually good for helping your body feel less warm because you drink warm, and it like normalizes your yada 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 yada.
You handy with that sword of yours? Course you are. Bet you're a bloody marvel with the thing. Now, question is, are you willing to use it or not?
At least that's the traditional advice. Could be bullshit.
You heard me right.
Northern weather.
Wild birds? Hmm?
It is hot
Big
here.
ones? And not just any chocobos at that. Whiteheart and her flock.
Not trying to suffer to make me feel better later. No, it's like supposed to be like immediate relief. Like as soon as you start drinking hot drink, it like
Chocobos. Fighting back.
makes you feel less outwardly hot.
Why, they saved me.
Warm drinks is abomination before God.
Yesterday.
What is your deal?
And now they're back, looking to settle the score. Oh, go on then. Don't just stand there. Go and help them.
All right.
There's a good lad.
Where can I find these chocobos?
I saw him cut across the way over yonder.
Your religion's your deal? What's your religion?
The poor things towards
Fucking
the dock.
Babbyism?
Then that is. You saved Whiteheart and her flock. You hear me? There ain't a pluckier bird in all the world. She's a hero to us locals. And don't worry, you'll know her when you see her right enough.
I'm sure I will.
And good luck to you. And give those no-good bastards a hiding from me.
I shall go kill your mans. So the Muggle's going to give us a bunch of bounties, isn't he? It's his deal. Let's say kill these monsters. I'll say yes, dear.
Whiteheart. That's quite a name for a chocobo.
Good job, Clive. A white feather.
A white feather.
Weeb. How you doing?
I thought Ambrosia was one of a kind.
Wait.
Speaking of brave birds.
What if it is Ambrosia? If it has a scar? I'm gonna shit. I'm a shed.
These chocobos aren't going down without a fight.
Chocobo kill a man dead.
We got you cornered, Feathers. You didn't think you'd seen the last of us, did you? You've been bad for business. But I reckon someone will pay good coin to mount your head on their wall.
Not around here, they won't.
Oh. And why's that, eh?
Because she's something of a hero in these parts. You hurt her, and I hurt you.
We've killed so many chocobo in our time.
Or better still, how about we hurt you both?
All right then. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Man, I'm taking a lot of damage off this guy. Bird up. We did bird up. We birded him good. Level up. Okay, now that I keep remembering that I can actually reposition my Ramu ball, I'm much more fond of it.
You're safe now. White Hart, I presume.
Hmm.
Do you know her, boy?
Hyrule, how's it going? Is that a scar on her eye?
That scar.
Oh my god. It's our girl.
Ambrosia. It is you. You survived. And you found yourself a flock.
It's nice that not everyone died that day. I need to be right back. I shitted.
Sorted the bastards then. I knew you would. And the whole flock made it through unscathed.
Thankfully, they did. And not only that.
Yeah, not too bad, Hyrule. Not too bad at all. Absolutely loving this game. Can't stop playing it.
I'll be. I never stopped to think our hero here might once have been someone's mount. Though I dare say she'd suit a fine fellow like yourself. Reckon our feathered friend must have learned a thing or two from her master. Kind-hearted warrior that you are.
Am I dressed as Ramu?
A bird like her would have cost
Maybe.
a some. You born a lord or something?
Well,
Specifically the Final Fantasy IX version of Ramu.
Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. Don't matter who you are. You done right by me.
What is it, girl?
She wants her master back, I reckon.
Give me the chocobo.
Told you. And it seems her pals agree.
Is that it? You want to come with me?
Well, bugger me if this ain't a heartwarming sight. The lads down the stables will be hearing about this tonight. Oh, stay right where you are.
I'm gonna get to ride the chocobo. Is it time? She got an eye patch. That's sick.
Doesn't she cut an handsome figure, eh?
She does indeed. How much do I owe you?
Ah, few scraps of leather's the very least I owe old White Hart. Oh, I'll be sad to see her go, of course. But she's earned her right to happiness and more besides. Don't you worry, we'll get along just fine without her. You hear that, White Hart? You've earned yourself some time off. You have fun traveling with your master now. You seem awful familiar now I get a proper look at you. That's it. When those chocobos swarmed my car on the road, didn't you? No. No, that can't be right. That fellow was a bearer.
Must have been my double.
Oh, must have been, eh? Oh, that'll be the excitement getting to me. Silly sod that I am. Pay me no mind.
The follow-ups.
Yeah. Best be on my way. Good luck to the both of you.
Yeah, we do have an airship, that is true. A big-ass airship.
Your flock for now. I'll call you when I need you.
Let me call her now. So this green thing must be renown. I wonder what that does for me. Ambrosia's tack. As bespoke saddle and blinders worn by Clive's childhood chocobo, Ambrosia. Green. Chocobo. Unlocked. After 18 long years, Clive has finally been reunited with his faithful steed. Hold R3 while in the field to summon Ambrosia, and X to mount the chocobo.
Ready, go?
Yeah! Ba-da-bum, 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 bum-bum. Please time out Taylor for 17 years. She's so strong. You deserve that experience, Ambrosia. Noise. One down. Alright, we can get out of here. But yeah, this is nice. This is a good way to...
This might take a while.
Get around in places I've already been. Combos. Happy feet. That in Falco.
Back to the stables, girl.
No. 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 Okay. Good. I liked how all of that went.
Where's Gav?
Gavlan wheel, Gavlan deal.
Finish with that log so we can...
Well, did you find me some wax?
Refined is one way of putting it.
Ugh! Reeks like a chocobo's arse. I don't suppose the Argo will mind as long as he stays above the waves.
Argo? So your boat has a name? I didn't know.
Are we an Argonaut?
Same as my old man. He was a ferryman himself back before the Blight came. The boat's all I have left of him. And thanks to you, he'll sail another day.
Wah 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 wah. Very curious to see what we do with this renown. Badge of Might +1. Nice. How long will it take him to get through? You really should saw faster than that.
Gav should be back by now.
Is everyone talking about Gav or Gav?
On autumn's breath, ill tidings born, an erstwhile home in twain are torn. Now in his path fell shades abide, pray let them not impede his stride.
Look at these nuts. Ew. Sorrow's faded form. Dude, that's way too sad. You know what? Sid's theme. In honor of Sid. Man, when that theme started playing when he was on the grind, I swear rewatching it in Taylor's, it came around for a round house. It really did. Hit me the once. Came back, run, hit me again.
I've missed that scowl.
Where's my report?
What, no kind words for your old pal Gav?
If it's kind words you're after, you're fishing in the wrong barrel. Now sit down, you fool.
So, you remember how quick the Empire was to occupy the Dominion after the fall of Drake's head? And how pissed off all the other nations were that they didn't think to do it first?
Half a century of independence gone at the whim of a madman. So much for their bloody treaty.
Clearly, the promise of unblighted land and the world's supply of crystals was too much for his radiance to resist. And now the Republic's finally decided to follow suit, using liberation as an excuse to declare war on Sambrek. Lined up right outside the Dominion's gates as we speak, looking to starve the Imperials into submission.
And now all eyes are on the Strait of Author.
Well, the two nations beat their shields. The rest sharpen their daggers, ready to set upon the war-weary victor. They'll never see us coming. It's time we moved on the Mother Crystals.
Ooh.
Four Mother Crystals remain in Storm and Ash. Drake's Breath near Ironhome. Drake's Fang in Dhalmekia. Drake's Spine in Waloed. And Drake's Tail here in the Crystalline Dominion.
With the bulk of the Republican army marching to Twinside, Drake's Fang will be left exposed.
That is exactly the move Kupka would anticipate. And if there is anything these past 5 years have taught us, is that he loves his traps.
Fuck it. Let me take him.
There is one place, however, where nobody will be expecting us to go.
Drake's breath.
There's a shitload of sea between us and it, and I've never been much of a swimmer.
I have an acquaintance in Port Isolde who may be able to help.
Who's that then?
My uncle, Byron Rossfield.
Lord Byron Rossfield of the Seven High Houses, the trade magnate with holdings in over 100 cities. Wait, Rossfield. And you're a Rossfield, of course.
My uncle's name gave him his start.
You didn't figure that out in 5 years?
Fortune, along with a handsome fleet of ships.
Well, it's settled then. What are we waiting for, eh? Huh?
He's a sniffer, not a thinker. O's counter.
What are we waiting for, indeed?
Where's my room again?
You think it's alright to touch him?
I don't know. You go first.
A bird by any other name. Forgive my insistence on writing you these silly letters. Would that we had more time to speak to each other in person, but for every day we spend together it feels as though we must suffer another two apart. I'm gladdened to hear of your most unexpected reunion with Ambrosia. Or should I say Whiteheart. You told me once how your chocobo sacrificed herself to protect you at that night at Phoenix Gate. And here, so many years later, we find she spent her life doing that exact same thing. Defending others. Some things never change, do they, Clive? The boy, the pet? Not yet. Let me hang out with the bird. Ambrosia's Tack. A saddle and blinders created specifically for Clive's childhood chocobo Ambrosia. Even after being separated from her master, the noble steed served the people of Rosaria in his stead, protecting the defenseless from the merciless, just as a good shield should. Oh, yeah, do you mean that kid? Or the girl with the pet that was a bear? Yeah. Man. Fuck them kids. Ah. Gardener's still up to their business. Experimental record. Bohemil head botanist. Mixed equal parts first-rate vineyard humus from Gotland's bales and Deadland soil. Of the 6 cuttings planted therein, 2 survived to flower, only to wither and die within a se'nnight. Even amalgamated within the finest imperial loam, the blighted earth is still affected in nutritional deficiency. It might be remedied with some further source of nourishment, saltpeter, or potash, or the dung of a racing chocobo. This shall be the subject of my next round of experiments. the foundations of Alsthean botany. More ball tendrils. After excising from the trunk, dry for 3 to 5 turns of the sun until brittle to the touch. Grind in mortar and add to warm coral milk to remedy gout, melancholy, and moon sickness. Caution recommended when harvesting as the host may grow disquieted. What the hell's moon sickness?
It's the water. Won't be long now, Martel. You'll try your apples soon enough. Sid, I was hoping to speak to you.
Is everything all right?
Oh, yeah, it's just, well, as you know, we've been trying to grow fruit down here.
It's good to know that something of the old hideaway still lives on.
Martel's pride and joy. It was a sapling when she rescued it from the rubble, but look at it now. All our hard work's finally paying off. I took it on, you see, after she died. And
Damn,
now the fruit's
rip Martel.
ready to eat. And not only is it ready, it's actually tasty. Sweet as you like, in fact. She bred the bitter right out of it.
Impressive. And welcome news to more than a few, I'd say.
I thought this first harvest could go to the curse breakers, on account of all they do for the hideaway. You couldn't take them some, could you? Seems better them coming from you.
It'll be nice being the bearer of good news for a change.
Oh, thank you. She always had a
Once again, we door dashing.
And once they've had their share, I'll see to it that everyone else gets some. Here you go. Martel apples, they're called, in honor of her memory. You hear that, Martel? Today's finally the day.
Man's talking to a tree. Yes, big man.
Did you come through the forge today? It smells like a still. Would explain that. And you say Sid built this place?
Well, one can't really build what's been lying around for several thousand years.
A rather big place, isn't it?
Go on, eat up. You won't grow fat pecking at hay.
It's the girls.
What's the matter, Sid? You look as pale as the day your predecessor slung you in the cell next to mine. Not about to have another fit, are you? Of course you aren't. You're a changed man now. We both are.
The fuck is this guy? Are we okay with him hanging here? Is that fine?
Dress is simply fabulous. In it though, all the ladies in the Dominion are wearing them.
Even if he wasn't called suspicious character, he would be the most suspicious character in the game.
There was a time I only had eyes for Otto. But then I saw the light, and his name is Cole.
That way he looks at you like a frightened fawn who's lost his mother. Oh, if only I could shoot an arrow through his heart.
Yes, lass, get it. She knows what she's about.
They say removing a brand is almost as painful as getting one.
Once the Dalmegs have laid siege to the Dominion, very little will be leaving Twinside, including the many medicines distilled there.
What's the matter, Nectar? The hunt board? It's where the Cursebreakers post sightings of particularly fearsome beasts. Those that might pose a threat to our operations if they were left to roam free. Just because they can't be dealt
Speaks
with when they're
R2D2.
spotted, doesn't mean they can't be dealt with later. Was that what you wanted to know?
Pretty much. They expanded on the noise that Kupos make, or not Kupos, Muggles make, and just made it a little language form. It's cute. I like it.
Right. Well,
Look how tiny his feet are.
leaving your mightiness aside for the moment, the people of Valisthea are going through a lot already. What with the Blight and the war. The last thing they need is ungodly fiends terrorizing them on top of everything else. So if the Cursebreakers are too busy to help,
His feet.
then perhaps I can. Or at least I can try.
Did you said Cursebreakers give every bullet a rank of riskiness, Kupo? From this thing could kill you with a single swipe to a 7-nation army couldn't scratch this thing's skin. But I'm sure it'll do fine, Kupo. Well, not sure, but that's one risk I'm willing to take. Alright. Who we got? Aryaman Dead, member of the Blood Axis stationed at Martha's Rest, reported that he had been set upon in the marshes by an otherworldly horror with a single staring eye. It flew at him on bony bat's wings, scratching at him with claw marks, black as night, and sharp as razors. Naturally, he fled in terror, but if a battle-hardened blood axe cannot cope with the mere sight of such a creature, what hope do the rest of us have? The Angel of Death? A trader coming by the way of Caer Norvin met with a troop of Cursebreakers traveling in the opposite direction and warned them of a wicked winged harpy on the road ahead. His eyes wild and flickering. Though the Cursebreakers saw nothing untoward on their own journey throughout the pass, the sound of cackling laughter from the trees ensured that they kept up a brisk pace. Belphegor. Reports have been received of a wild avis of striking size, making its nest atop the hill adjacent to Eastpool. Though all efforts are being made not to rouse the beast's ire, it surely is but a matter of time before it needs to feed. I hereby petition any brave volunteers to march to the northern border, that we might cut the fiend down before it makes trenchers of the nearby villages. So one's in Sanbreque, one's in Rosaria. I hope these get added to my map. Well, I mean, we'll find out. Oh. Well, we won't be heading there immediately anywho.
Clive. Oh, same old.
Otto's got me reading through the reports coming in from our allies and picking out what problems need dealing with now and what can be saved for later. It was still early days back in the old place, so I just about handled the job myself. State of the world now though, I need Dee's help to sift through it all. And that's just the sifting. Actually solving any of these problems is a whole other headache. The curse breakers take the urgent stuff, but we're still stuck waiting for volunteers to handle the rest.
So,
If you ever find yourself at a loose end, well, you know where to find me.
quick look. Always something in there.
Desiree?
Oh, Clive, welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
The Patron's Whisper? Does that mean someone else is taking care of our friend's donations?
Oh no, that's still me. It's just Karen has her toll, Blackthorn has his hammer. I thought a new name might liven things up. I still catalogue every item that arrives, in addition to setting aside those tokens of appreciation the sender has specified are to be presented to you personally. Would you like to see if we have any? Business is busy.
On top of my regular duties here at the Whisper, Otto has piled countless other tasks, from transcribing to sorting Stolas reports to penning needful missives. Not that I'm complaining, mind. I enjoy writing. I have ever since I learned my letters from Jara back in the old hideaway. I won't claim to have been his best student though. That honor goes to Shirley.
Still.
I'd like to think Jara would be proud of me too. Were you with us today?
Your benefactors are a generous lot.
Can earn Clive 9, inspiring nameless benefactors from across the twins to donate money or items to Clive's cause. Damn. Talk of the tea house. Your merry band of outlaws and its dashing deeds of daring do are all the talk amongst the ladies of the court. You have gathered together several items of worth that you might continue your gallantry. You get ability points from this shit?
All yours.
Hell yeah. Not from this one. Our order is one built on pride, but that does not mean that we are too proud to give thanks where thanks is due. We may have failed Martha once, but never again.
Here you are. Best of luck out there, Sid.
I do want one of these things. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna save up to learn Aerial Blast.
Without a ship to carry you there, Drake's breath might as well be on the moon. Arthur's all right.
Yep. Others weren't so lucky though.
You two look like you could use something to eat. Here. Courtesy of Martel.
Martel. Now, where have I heard that name before?
Weren't she the girl from the Furrows?
Course she was. An odd sort, that one. Loved plants more than people.
Aye, and brave as a bane might. Remember when she ran back into the hideaway to collect them trees when Titan attacked? Wait.
These aren't those apples, are they? Well, I'll be. She'd have been proud, and rightly so. Thank you, Sid.
Is someone at some point gonna say, you're not fit to bear the name Sid?
Blimey, these take me back. I haven't seen a hideaway apple since. Old Sid was the only one who could stomach the things. He'd nab 'em right from the branch, made Martel livid. Not that anyone could stay mad at the man for long.
That sounds like the Sid I knew, all right.
Planning on keeping that lot to yourselves, were you? Hang on. These aren't Martels, are they? I'm glad to see someone carried on what she started. Can't have been easy, not in the Deadlands. Reckon she'd be happy knowing all her hard work didn't go to waste.
Anyone want some?
Tell the lad down in the backyard.
They do look kind of dry and weird.
Not so much as a thank you. Well, I've got some manners at least. Thanks, Sid.
Might have myself a little apple later.
I'll see that the others get
Got
their
some out in the
share.
kitchen.
Oh, and give our compliments to the gardener, won't you?
Love a good apple.
That was the last of the apples. I should head to the backyard and pass along everyone's regards.
And how may I assist you today? I admit,
When I took up my professor's bonnet and began teaching at the University of Canver, I did not think for a moment that I would one day count Sid the outlaw among my pupils. But nor did I imagine that my fellow educators would have designs on my life. And we both know how that ended. Has it been a year already? Such is the peril of an overly inquisitive mind, I suppose. One is wont to uncover that which others would go to great lengths to ensure remained hidden. Were it not for you and our mutual friend having come to my rescue, my curiosity would have likely proved fatal. But instead, I was not only saved but granted a new lease of life, as personal tutor to a band of outlaws no less,
a far more reputable fellowship.
than anything in the academic world, I assure you.
What is it that you wish to learn?
Here you are.
Okay, so she just updated it with knowledge that we're headed to Port Isolde to see me uncle.
But these beauties are as sweet as you like.
I'll have to pay the boys down in the backyard a visit to tell them thanks.
And I'm going to see the boys in the backyard. Wait. Huh. Our dude does not have an entry for the Ariman, that's interesting.
I hear there's
Yeah.
trouble in Rosaria.
Vivian Ninetails. She's the most OC character. But I dig her. Sai, is the kid with the pet, is he on the ship? Because if so, I wouldn't mind hearing where to look. You've got me curious.
It's not the
Yeah, the blacksmith outside.
Their thanks and their compliments.
You don't mean the kid's pet and Torgal?
They remembered her. After all these years. I suppose she was very kind, even to a tongue-tied lummox like me. You were one of the good ones, Martel. Why did you have to die? She put everything into her work. She wasn't going to rest until we had fruit sweet enough to enjoy. And now we do. When she died, I named a sapling after her. And now it's a full-grown tree. Martel lives on through the fruit it bears.
And through you. Her dream would have died with her, had you not kept it alive. That's something to be proud of.
I didn't do anything really, but thank you. You're kinder to me than I deserve.
By the way, Otto's expecting some of your crop. And I wouldn't mind some of it either, if that's not too much to ask.
Of course not. I'll see that you're both well provided for. They like your fruit, Martel. Isn't that wonderful? I'd say it's about time we planted you some siblings, don't you think?
Poor Martel. Oh, these are another one of our treasures displayed in the chambers. Find an anime game characters mega powered swordsmen who are also like 16. It do happen. Amateur Twitcher? Jackin? Amateur Twitcher?
Chocobo, chocobo, why can't you fly? What good are your wings if you can't reach the sky? Flap harder, says bluebird, flap harder, says crow. Flap harder or into the oven you go!
Into the oven. That kid's fucked up. I would never threaten to put a chocobo in an oven. Also, Sai, what were you saying no to? Martell apples. A somewhat stunted, somewhat sweet apple grown from the blighted earth, thanks to the dedication and perseverance of one woman, Martell. What did I ask? Totally forgot. Though she was to lose her life from the wound she sustained in Kupka's attack on the hideaway, her legacy lives on in the sapling she saved from the ruins. Yeah, sorry, I had a brain part. Alright. I think... Oh, did you mean the kids with Torgal? Did you? Hawk's Cry Cliff. From these heathered highlands one might catch a glance of Rosalith Castle, and everything else in between. No to...
Do you think it was wise to leave, Gav? He didn't seem pleased.
I needed his eyes and nose in Dhalmekia. I'm not about to let Kupka take us unawares. Besides, he has a knack for that sort of thing.
That he does.
Oh, he had a rat initially?
And wasn't it Sid who said that matters such as these are best left to dominance?
I didn't get to see a close-up of rats.
Beloved opportunities to grow and change present itself.
Boy, what is it?
I always knew that I would return one day. Return to Ironhome.
For what?
Revenge.
After learning the truth, you were given the chance to face your past. If I am to continue at your side, I must do the same.
Revenge would have been cooler.
We will face it together then.
To the end.
Come on.
Bloodlines.
How far do you think your mother's reach extends? Will we find the same tragedy in the south as we did at Martha's Rest?
More than likely. Which is why we should hurry. There are still many settlements between here and Port Isolde. We visit as many as we can and hear their stories. Starting with the village of Amber.
Is it just me or is Clive like... He's a lot more gruntier and growlier now? It's alright, Chocobo. Don't mind me. Look at that bird. Can you attack me? Just come up and chill at ya.
Someone's
Oh.
brave.
Rum.
You're finished.
So this does connect with the rest of the map of Rosaria. Seems like the damage from the initial hit of the thunder is higher than the chain attack thing. Oh. Easy peasy.
Mockery of justice is what it is. Lord Elwyn would never have stood for this.
Quiet, you! I think we're loyalists.
Jill, look.
Rosaria must be cleansed of the stain which befouls her, that she might rise once again from the ashes to welcome a new dawn. 'Twould be a pity to make examples of you all for the transgressions of but a handful.
Of course, your lordship. You shall have our full cooperation.
What business could the Black Shields have in a village this small? There's barely room to hide a bearer.
Then they must be here for something else.
You fancy dancing a gallows jig like the miller's son?
All right, I
I ain't got much, but what's mine is yours. For a price.
Cobalt tassels. Limit break generation. Night terrors. Sounds like a nice song.
Much obliged. You won't be disappointed. There you are.
Excuse me, but what was all that about earlier?
You haven't heard? Someone's been stirring up trouble. There've been attacks on the garrison, supplies stolen. They even say a Black Shield was murdered. The Empire wants answers, and what the Empire wants, Empire gets.
Don't they just?
Keep your ears open, eh? The Black Shields will pay good coin for information on the culprits.
Is this gonna be my uncle behind this? He having his revenge?
Word is, Port Isolde's closed her gates to all but the Highborn, and now a great camp sprung up along the walls. What did those knights want, Father?
Defloops, how's it going? Final ass? Not even yet begun to ass.
You seen him, didn't you?
I'm sorry.
The Black Shields. Just now. You seen him?
How's the gaming? The gaming's very good. This game's
Can't say I ever saw one
pretty darn
before.
sick.
Was this the first time they visited the village?
What do you think? Amber's the arse end of nowhere. And they thought we might be harboring firebrands. Huh. If only we were. I might have turned him in and become a Black Shield myself.
I got a mighty beard. I am
These
Ramu after all.
Could be us, do you?
I don't know. But we need to find out.
The Lord of Thunder
We are
himself.
travelers.
I know that. What do you want?
We couldn't help noticing those Imperial soldiers who were here earlier.
Clive, you're bad at trying to be friendly.
Telling these strangers a thing. I speak for the
Nah,
people
Thor
of
can
this
go fuck
village,
himself.
and we have nothing more to say to you. You are to leave Amber and never come back.
May I at least ask why?
I don't know who you are or what brings you here, but your presence puts us all in grave danger. The Empire is a harsh master. Its demands are great, and its justice swift. But as long as we keep our heads down and pay our tributes, we are left alone. Some might call it submission. But if it will spare my people the Viceroy's wrath, then I will gladly submit.
The Viceroy being our mother.
Village will not become another East Pool.
Then we shall be on our way.
I'm hoping Joshua's there whenever we have the big clash with our mother.
These people live with a knife to their throats. In the mistaken belief that if they cooperate, my mother will show them mercy.
Jedi Survivor, is that the second one?
Radiance bought with fear.
Was it good?
Are you alright?
Sorry, It's nothing. We still don't know who the Black Shields are looking for.
Well, whoever they are, the Imperials deem them worth pursuing to the back of beyond. But other than Martha, who else in Rosari would have the courage to stand against the Empire? A new ally would certainly be welcome. Can we find them before the Imperials do? Perhaps the next village will yield more answers.
Perhaps.
Shallop Rock. Anyone shalloping on the rock?
This pass will take us through the mountains.
Yeah, glad you enjoyed it, Flipper. I thought it looked pretty good myself. Like I didn't really like the look of the first one very much, but the second one's combat seemed a bit more fun. What the hell? He's got he's fallen, just hanging out here. No.
Ever since the apology, we've seen more and more of these echoes.
What do you think is waking them? The mother crystal's collapse?
I have an idea. People are going to like it.
Which will be retcon in 16 to the classic. Alright. 1,540, that's what I'm waiting for. I don't know why the game acts like I'm gonna be surprised by the fact that there's a Death Blossom. Also, damn, I didn't get to demonstrate there, but Will o' the Wisps. Oh god. Now we got bombs. Stop it.
I failed.
Oh no. It happened. It finally happened. Who wants to do the honor? Oh, the game over slash. Oh man, we're all the way back here.
Let's go.
Thank you, Taylor. I owe you my life. What's going on here then? Oh, black shields?
More of my mother's men.
Get fucked!
Thanks, Gal. Come on. Be safe.
That's neat. Ow.
Nice try.
He stunned me and then hit me with the charge afterwards. That's a pretty good combination.
Ready, go?
More of these bastards. Oh shit.
It's over. Not good.
The way it locks on that, it's gonna take a little bit of getting used to. $240 more. Quest destinations nearby.
Blood, Clive.
And still wet.
You were told to stay in your homes.
The Black Shields.
You know who we are. And still, you would bear your steel. Why then? We owe you our thanks. You have saved us the trouble of an interrogation. To dwell in darkness, that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these, our swords we swear.
Say that again. I'll show you a true shield, Rosaria.
Where's the healer? Ah, it's you. Come on. Come on. Is that what you wanted to say, Sai? I have to remember taunt and then do Rook's Gambit. Taunt, 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 taunt. Taunt, 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 taunt.
Tell me what I want and the end will be swift.
Speaking French.
Who are you looking for?
Why, you. We come bearing a message. Your friends have been found. The branded you freed from our camps. They await you in Aldil. Guardians of
Yeah.
the flame.
Yeah, it is messy, Sai.
Those are Old Hill's gates.
Then we hurry.
Could he be a little bit more breathy? Those were his last words. You motherfuckers. Thunder! Bum 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 bum. That's what I think whenever I see a bridge. Did I see a fish leaping out of that water? Hot dog, do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Taylor, remember when you, me, and Run fought Gilgamesh? Remember? Remember when we did it?
Find something, boy. Death.
He doesn't remember.
Found her.
I did a wince on my face.
This was my mother's doing.
But why? Why would anyone?
I don't know. I never truly understood her. But this...
Oh, Clive.
I will learn what madness drives her, and I will end it.
Clyde's gonna kill his mama.
We should go.
We get to nuke her as Ifrit. The boss fight is just press triangle once. Starge, have a good rest, my dude. Thank you for chilling with us.
Can't leave them here like this.
We won't.
But if the Black Shields have made it this far south, they may already be in Port Isolde.
Forbidden Door? What is Forbidden Door? Oh, is it a wrestling?
We're approaching Buick Bridge. Though I doubt the Empire would let us cross over to Rosalith.
AEW versus New Japan show tonight called Forbidden Door. Y'all enjoying AEW? Oh, I was about to blast that dude. Sorry, man.
Happened to come by way of Oldhill, did you? Saw some Imperials clad in black making for the docks just the other day. The next morning, you couldn't see the sun for all the ravens.
Could you the reason you got into wrestling around 2010? Was it Death Stranding that did it for you, or? Got a little bit of AEW since CM Punk got back. Man, he's still a mouth, isn't he? Still him out.
I did, Mummy. I could hear him shouting from down the road.
Hush now. You didn't hear nothing.
In honor of the 250th anniversary of the founding of the Grand Duchy of Rosaria. Oh, it just says that on all sides.
They tell us there's a curfew, but then refuse us passage back to our homes.
Passage to the provincial capital is restricted to Imperial Army personnel.
The gates are closed. Become.
They're all Rosarian.
But this is their home.
I'm hungry.
You'll find no succor to the south travellers.
No suck?
Beyond the Buet. The Empire has seen fit to banish us from our own land.
Sorry, my brain's broken from streaming.
Don't go thinking you'll find refuge in the houses outside Port Isolde. The place is a wretched hive of thieves and blackguards.
Love a good wretched hide. Take a week break. Never, ever, ever. Yeah, next weekend. Not really a vacation, just a slight break. No, that's gonna be nice though. Hopefully the weather's good for it. If the weather suddenly turns now, that'll be real shit. We love fighting on a beach. Can I bring you a souvenir? Not even sure they'll have souvenirs there. It's not exactly a touristy place, but yeah. I'll bring you a shell from the beach. Oh, take care, Tealer. Thanks for hanging with us.
The Lazarus.
You be well.
What happened to this place?
My mother happened. The nobles who lived here didn't stand a chance. Let's hope my uncle fared better.
What did happen to it? I want to go inside. I like the design of the towns in this. Like they're... You have a bunch of like little villages, but... the towns themselves are kind of distinct, which is neat. Well timed. Yo. Man, next week I should vary up the schedule some, but I really
That's the main gate.
want to play all of this game.
And it looks like we're not the only ones hoping to get in.
You know? Okay, the gate's blocked off, but that does indicate that we'll be able to give it a little visit later. Fly away, birds. There is no suck here.
Have mercy. Voice-ridden dogs they are. You can't ignore us forever.
Let us in or we'll die on your doorstep.
Can we just blast through?
Chinless bastards. Those crystals belong to us all. I said, where were you, filth? Back to your sties. Cut you down where you stand. Destroy it.
No chance of slipping through unnoticed. We'll need to find another way in.
Can we just blast through? Oh, we're going to be going through the place that was just blocked off. I understand.
We might be able to reason with the guards. Or at least bribe them.
I suspect everyone in that crowd thought the same. Was that the only way in?
Officially, yes. Strictly speaking, no. My uncle once told me that the nobles had tunnels built, so that they could visit town without having to walk amongst the rabble. And Lazarus. We'll find our way into the city there.
If you're sure. The entire place looked abandoned. Do you think it's safe?
As long as it is abandoned.
Gonna be all sorts of ghosts and goblins and ghouls.
The good news is we haven't seen a single black shield since Old Hill.
Maybe they found who they were looking for.
Are we liking game? I'm very much liking game. I'm like sort of unbearable about it. I just want to play this and nothing else until I beat it. We're gonna open up to other games next week again. Oh, do I have enough? Or I do not. I do not. Am I going to 100%? I don't know if I'm going to 100% on the first playthrough. But no, it was the wrong thing. I'm already like, I'm doing side quests. I want to do a lot of the additional stuff along the way at least. But yeah, I don't really know what 100% would entail right now because I haven't like grasped the full scope of the game. Does it seem like the biggest game in the series? No, no. I reckon that... I don't know what would be the biggest game in the series. Probably 9 or 10 maybe? Like not counting the MMOs. I don't expect it to be as long as most of the later games from like 6 onwards, but it is fairly big.
Not abandoned then.
Oi! Visitors!
Just footpads, you're not ghosts.
Apologies. We'll show ourselves out. Or not.
Nice, love a well angled heat wave. Just stomped on his nuts. Oh. Fuck wizards. I do love that the Ramu abilities actually summon Ramu's staff. It's neat.
I've only ever seen one man fight like that.
Could be watching Jimmy complain about Xenogears right now. Oh, don't you worry, I'll catch up.
The blessing of the Phoenix. It can't be. I was there when you died.
Look at me fucking... Is that Tyler? Does kill a whole bunch of loyalists? And a Tyler, Wade, the younger one.
Founder, it really is you.
Aw, man.
It is. So Wade.
Sorry that I killed like 12-year dudes.
We can speak inside.
Oh, it's okay. We saw one of them getting up. They're fine.
And those who wouldn't bend the knee?
We left before the Empire could make examples of us. Though we didn't go far.
Was Tyler the name of the older dude?
And we banded together to form the Guardians of the Flame soon after. Alas, there is only so much a handful of aging shields can do against the might of an empire.
Yeah, like you say.
But we've seen to it that their stay has been anything but pleasant. Of late, though, we've had our hands full just trying to keep the Duchy's few remaining bearers out of the Imperial's clutches.
The Cullings. We saw what happened in Old Hill.
Aye. The foul work of the Black Shields and their mistress.
You mean my mother? But it doesn't make sense. Even knowing what I know about her. Her hatred for bearers was no secret, but she wouldn't have been ignorant of their value to the realm.
No offense, my lord, but in case you haven't noticed, the Lady Annabella couldn't care less about the realm. She barely even cares for her own home. That much has been plain since the slaughter at Eastpool. And, since granting the Holy Emperor a new heir, her obsession with bearers only seems to have
We have a baby brother.
As to why, I don't know. Maybe she can't bear the thought of anyone having the power to challenge her beloved son.
Her son.
Sir Wade, the Black Shields have broken camp. They march in full force for Buick Bridge.
Then so do we.
Make ready.
Am I gonna
This is their main host. If we remove
kill
the
another
head,
brother?
perhaps-
Have to turn to Ifrit.
Perhaps we can prevent what happened at the docks from happening somewhere else. If I do nothing, then the blood of their next victims will be on my hands.
Yours and ours. We too have witnessed the crimes these men who dare call themselves shields have committed in my mother's name. It cannot be allowed to continue. We must put a stop to this madness.
We must. So let us go with you. For the good of Rosaria.
I was hoping you'd say that. Very well. If that is your wish, I would be honored to serve at your side.
And we at yours.
So Wade, let us do our duty.
With pleasure, my
Yeah,
lord.
Poker was a reference to the near dungeon in Final Fantasy XIV.
I imagine this endeavor will require more than just our wits.
Then let's hope Sir Wade has a good quartermaster.
At least you're not dead.
I suppose we owe you our thanks. You spared us when you could have just as easily sent us to the mud.
To the mud.
We'll show them that the fire in our hearts
telling me
is not
that's the
so
Archduke's son?
In the flesh. Saw him once when I was
What is it you require?
I believe you have a song that I cannot afford. Oh no, he doesn't. No songs. Just crimson tassels and some desert roses. Guess we'll buy a few of them just in case they're useful back
As you wish,
at
my
the
lord.
smithy.
Tell us then, Sir Wade. What is your plan?
Nothing fancy. You, Lady Jill and I make for Buick Bridge and provoke the main host at their encampment.
We're getting Wade back in the party.
To end the Guardians, the Black Shields will call for
The first homie.
who will be met from the rear by parties of my brothers hidden throughout the surrounding hills. This will allow us to wage battle on the bridge without fear of being overwhelmed. While the Black Shields
They said
have
it.
an advantage in
Battle on the
numbers,
bridge.
they prefer to fight in small units, which we can use to our advantage.
How small exactly?
Small enough, now that I have you and Lady Jill for company. I doubt I could have done this on my own.
But until we arrived, that was your plan. You haven't changed a bit.
So Wade, the bearers from Old Hill have been laid to rest.
Very good.
Yo, that dude is dressed
As you command.
exactly in the old shield attire.
Thank you, Sir Wade. Perhaps now they will find peace.
I know that because I remember what they
One
look
thing
like.
which will grant them peace. Putting an end to the Black Shields.
The most underdressed subs.
We shall.
Why is it telling me this now? Okay. I know that we have party members. Thank you, video game. Oh, we're gonna be like to choose different guests to bring with us. Is that it?
May the blessing of the Phoenix go with you.
How long have you been pursuing the Black Shields?
Since they burned their first village, we tracked down the bastards responsible and fed their corpses to Stillwind. Suffice to say, that got their attention. It's been a game of cat and mouse ever since.
Chocobos. Refugee chocobos.
Look at me sideways. How was the Black Shields?
Come along now. We'll find another bridge.
The bastards are lucky I didn't have my axe.
There they are. On your command, my lord.
They're in very good position for a little bit of lightning.
I told you.
We bear a message for the Vicereine. From the Guardians of the Flame.
Ha! You presume to tell us that a pair of filthy vagabonds, a woman and a dog, could guard aught against the might of the Black Shields?
A woman?
Then come! Die along with your flame! For Azaria!
For Azaria!
Your petty revolution ends here. On these our swords we swear.
Okay, Ramu's really good for just stacking up a pile of damage.
Bloody hell! Reinforcements from the far bank!
Another wyvern to fight their battles for.
Garuda!
More dragons.
Warriors. The Imperials aren't taking any chances. I can't say I'm flattered.
That ain't it yet. Oh, they got
A
a...
noble stand, albeit a misguided one.
Black Shield Dragoon?
Taking it, you have but proven our point. That this land is in dire need of cleansing.
Come at me, bruh. Oh. I should have saved the pal drive for after I hit him with the lightning.
So Wade, found. There's no one left to
Damn.
keep them occupied. We need to finish this.
You mean finish him?
Scobie, how's it going? Okay, yep. My strat did decent damage. Ooh. Am I dressed as Confucius? No, Scobie, I'm dressed as Ramu, the Lord of Thunder. But just as wise, supposedly.
I don't see any more.
Nor do I. The plan worked.
Man, those two were actually able to take care of the other
It bloody worked.
black shields alone.
We sent every last one of the rotten bastards straight to the mud. My, Lord, perhaps this will be enough to stop the Cullings. For the time being, at least.
Perhaps. Though I doubt my mother will take this loss well. She'll move swiftly.
It is
to
that
see her
guy.
minions' ranks replenished.
He has returned to us. He survived.
I often wonder if the nation we once knew is gone.
We also met the Chocobo from the prologue.
Her people
She's not my Chocobo.
We battled to preserve the flame that was, but for every foe we fell, another springs up in its place. Yet be that as it may, it is still our home, and we must fight for it, as we always have, and always will. For as long as the Firebird's flame burns in our hearts, the Duchy cannot die, and her loyal subjects may dream of a day when the Rosarian standard flies over Rosalith once more.
So wait,
Think we should fall back to Port Isolde before the garrison sends reinforcements? A sound strategy, my lord.
Getting a little cocky, isn't he? Do I think they will have liberated Rosaria by the end of the game? Probably by virtue of the Empire getting destroyed. I imagine the Empire is going to have a pretty
And how long has my uncle been funding you and your
collapsey end to it.
Since the beginning. Lord Byron was the first person I turned
I think we
to
might get
in the Guardians.
a holding of
Had I
it.
known of this tunnel back then,
You know,
I wouldn't almost have been hanged by the city guard
get
for
our
trying to
mother
stop
out of the viceroy
I
chair
suppose a formal request for an audience would have appeared suspicious.
and have, you know, some sort of guard set up.
appearances must be maintained. Were the Vice Regency to catch wind of Lord Byron's involvement in our movement, they'd seize his estate and send him to the gallows, where he would be of no use to anyone. And so, though it sickens him to the soul, he plays the part of the loyal lord, knowing that one wrong move might prove his downfall.
Man, they really have, they've done a Wyman Manderley with him.
Don't be surprised if he refuses you an audience, especially since you're famously dead.
Then I will have to think of a way to prove that I am neither wraith nor wrongdoer.
That's very close to a plot point from the Game of Thrones novels.
It's the mark of the Guardians. Display it, and those who love Rosaria will know.
Where do I think the plot is going? Ancient aliens sucking magic from the planet in order to, I don't know, fuel their own.
Sure that you do. I don't want my men attacking you again. Unless you deserve it.
I think we have a bit of a Genova situation on our hand where they travel from planet to planet, sucking up all the ether.
Thank you, Sir Wade. If there is ever anything you need.
I don't know what Ifrit has to do with it yet. No spoilers. I mean, that's my guess. That's my guess. They seem very connected to both the crystals and the icons. These for FF7. Didn't say nothing about FF7. Bye.
How accommodating. Do you really think they believe we are who we say we are?
Not a chance. Right, I guess. My uncle believes we're imposters here to rob him. And means to string us up himself.
Imagine my surprise when I was told my nephew had come to visit. Clive Rosfield died long ago. And for uttering his name here, you shall pay with your tongue.
We're gonna fight our uncle.
You would mock me as well?
It is I, Sir Crandall of Camelot, loyal servant to her serene holiness, Saint Sybil the Unshod. Meadow, thou vile sorcerer, for thy crimes against church and crown, I shall have thy head.
Curse thee, infectious flax wench. Even in death, must thou plague me still? Very well. I shall open the gates of hell, that thou might see thy charge once more.
That's cute.
Bravo, Uncle. You're still the finest Maddo in the twins.
Oh, Clive, my dear boy, it's really you. You always were fond of that scene from The Saint in the Sanctuary. Never did let me play Sir Crandall.
So have you been enjoying the story of this game so far?
I have a favor to ask, Uncle Byron.
I'm fully invested. I'm in.
Form the kitchens. There'll be guests. We dine immediately.
But Uncle...
You can't very well regale me with the tale of your miraculous preservation on an empty stomach. Go on, sit. See that you use the good plates, Rutherford.
You're from the end of the intro? Yeah.
So you arrived late to one of her cullings, did you? Since becoming Vicereine, Annabella has been a constant thorn in Rosaria's side, but these atrocities are a new low. Something has changed. Quite what, I don't know, but the woman we knew is gone, and a monster sits in her place.
A monster.
For better or worse, I've been charged with governing this town, and thus must maintain the illusion of obedience. That's all I can do to aid Wade and his merry band of revolutionaries.
So he's told us. You have risked much for Rosaria. Our nation.
Someone needs to be happy to see Jill. She needs to have a nice moment.
It has been 20
Her story's been just
years,
very sad so far.
The nation your father and your forefathers fought to defend is no more. Perhaps it would be otherwise had I the courage of my brother. All right, if it's a ship you require, a ship you shall have. I've a galley in port, but recently relieved of her cargo. She can be outfitted for the voyage in a matter of weeks.
So you believe us then? About everything?
Believe you? Ha! Only a fool would believe even half of the things you claim. But until tonight, only a fool would have believed my nephew still lived. And besides, I have it on good authority that Clive is telling the truth.
Whose authority?
Your own, of course. You've always been a terrible liar.
Is that true?
It's not untrue.
Let's say no more about it, eh? It wouldn't do to linger on my nephew's greatest failing.
Why are they doing the main theme of Final Fantasy VII? That's so weird.
The one thing I cannot believe, though, is all this.
That is the theme of Final Fantasy VII, isn't it?
Sid.
Ba, ba,
Such a good boy. But now you're quite the outlaw. Which, if I'm not mistaken, would make me an outlaw's uncle. Right then, who shall we pillage first? Rutherford, fetch me my cutlass. This will be fun.
Karma, it earned it. It really did. It changed the nature of gaming like twice. Like the entire industry as a whole.
Once outfitted, she'll bear us across the boiling sea to Drustinus in the space.
I have to actually listen to it to make sure I'm not mistaking it for a different song. No. No, it wasn't the Final Fantasy VII main theme, but it's a song from a different track. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think it is just the prelude, but it's not just the... Yeah. No, I don't know why. The prelude leads into that, which is why I think I got mixed up, but...
Something on your mind?
I've been used just to hearing the bum 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 being remixed in this track so often I forget that the prelude actually goes into a full song.
When I served the Iron Kingdom, I did so because I saw no other choice. Because once they learned that Lash would not move me, they turned it on those who could. And so I became their puppet. I let them pull my strings,
telling myself it was not my hand that swung the sword, but another's. I removed myself from the truth so I wouldn't feel the pain it caused. And before I knew it, I no longer felt anything. Anything at all. I had become a monster.
Jill.
I don't want to be a monster, Clive. Do you understand? I want to choose a different path, a better path. To live on my own terms. But before I can do that, I need to come to terms with my past.
And when you do, I'll be standing there with you, just as you stood with me.
Thank you, Clive. I must atone for my sins. Only then, when it's done, will the monster cease to be.
Yeah, give Jill some friends.
Just promise me that you won't die with it. Now, let's get some sleep. The journey back to Benamir is long, and there is much to tell the others.
Torgold is hanging like, I ain't got no shit to atone for. Orf. That's the fear of any character with an icon karma. Are they all gonna? Are they gonna die? Everyone gonna die to give us their icons? I hope it's not the case.
Only the Founder knows what awaits us in the Iron Kingdom, but Vivian could probably make an educated guess.
Lord knows I'm trying, Scobie.
I didn't take you for a scholar, Ivan.
Oh, this? Well, it's Valisthea, a culinary pilgrimage. I borrowed it from old tomes. Seems there's no creature in the realm so foul it can't be cooked up into something delicious.
Think I'll stick to the unfoul ones, thanks.
Oh, where's your sense of adventure, Sid? Honestly, one glance at these recipes, and even you would trade in your sword for a butcher's cleaver. From spit roasts to sweetmeats, this book has them all.
Also, it's nice that the story has progressed to the point that I can now proclaim that all dominants are hot.
Hoping for, then by all means.
Well, I'm no hunter, Sid. The first ton of worm I came across would be the death.
I'm going to get all of their special juices. I guess except Josh's. We don't need his.
Something tells me you won't be taking no for an answer. Fine, I'll help.
Fantastic! Thank you.
So, dare I ask what's on the menu?
Chance's Stew. It was once a favourite among the gourmands of Oriflamme, if the author is to be believed. Though Molly's never heard of it. The only problem is that while the recipe
is Sid still alive?
In most respects, it's infuriatingly cryptic as to the main ingredient. A beast, no doubt. Most likely something that would make easy work
Yeah, here he is. Here he is. Just chilling with his friends. He's hanging out. And here he is. Giving us a sippy. And he put a cigar down for a little bit. Just letting it rest there. Sid's fine. I love Sid.
A simple cook with more broth than brawn, but unwanted violets. I've no idea what they might be.
Does the book say anything else?
Well, only that the sweetest violets sprout atop the bed of roses.
Roses. Rosaria, perhaps? One of the butchers in Martha's Rest might know something. I'll ask next time I'm there.
We've lost a good chunk of, like, karma. But maybe it'll give an opportunity for the charms of some of the other characters to come out. Yeah, Sid had about 500 death flags hanging around him. You got a pigeon now.
Sing a song of six, gilt a bag of phoenix down. A pigeon from the rear deck, boiled in Molly's brown. Sing a song of six, gilt a bag of phoenix down. A pigeon from the rear deck, boiled in Molly's brown.
Nah, Sid was too good to be a villain. He fit his role very well.
I could have sworn we had a few more. Typical no.
Got villain vibes from him occasionally. I mean, he was a rogue, right? And he was somewhat jaded. And clearly quite happy to be shifty. Like, he could have been a villain 100% with his personality, but him softening up, you know, getting a bit of fire.
There are new billets being posted every day.
Thanks to Clive. Yeah, I wonder how Phoenix, like, I mean, I don't know if Phoenix Downs are literally the downs of a phoenix. Given that there always tends to be only one phoenix in Final Fantasy, like, who knows?
Clive! Oh, am I glad to see you?
Is something wrong?
It's Blackthorn. He ain't himself. And if I'm honest, he ain't been for a while. That normally it only takes a couple of drinks to perk him back up, but not this time. Something's getting him down. And whatever it is, he ain't telling. It's like he's lost his spark, you know? He's barely got enough fire in his belly to get the ump about stuff. But I'm thinking he might if we both bent his ear, because he respects you, innit? So, what do you say?
Fine. If you think it will help.
I knew you'd understand.
But if he doesn't want to talk, we let him be. He'll open up when he's ready.
All right. Now,
All
you'll only
right.
smell a rat if we both turn up at once. So, I'll go first, and you can meet us at the forge. Wait a bit, then head over when you're ready.
How may I help you today, Clive? Words are immortal.
They live on in others, and if the words are your own, so too will you. Do you know who told me that? It was Yara, in our last lesson before Titan came. It stayed with me ever since his passing, and inspired me to become what I am today. I imagine we survivors all have a story like that, of someone who remains with us, even though they're gone.
Come to claim your just desserts?
Berserker ring? Such is the renown of Sid the Outlaw that much of my clientele would rather spend their time prattling on about your endeavors than making any endeavors of their own. For that I feel I owe you at least a portion of my earnings. A particularly enamored sort left this on the nightstand. May it serve you better than it did him. From a busy courtesan.
All yours.
Did you read Bussy instead? The berserkers of Southern Ash, known for their fearlessness on the field of battle, were known to wear these rings not only on their fingers but pierced all over their bodies from head to toe. Scholars now believe the unnatural courage they displayed was a result of extended exposure to the concentrated ether imbued in the jewelry that poisoned the blood of its non-bearer wearers, and in just madness that ultimately became associated with battle frenzy. Temporarily increased attack proficiency with each precision dodge. I like that. That's neat. Alright, cool girl. You just hang out there. We'll talk to you in a bit. We have a sad blacksmith to attend to.
First August, and now you. What are you pair up to? What's it got to do with me?
Scobie, enjoy washing.
Had been weighing on your mind.
Take care.
I thought you might want to talk about it.
Did you now? I told you not to stick your nose in my business. What'd you go and do?
Clive just wants to help, innit? What's so bad about that? Talk to him. You never know, you might feel better for getting it all out in the open. Please, mate. I'm worried about you.
Phil shut you up. It's nothing really. Stupid. Not the sort of thing you bother people about.
Why don't you tell us all the same?
Karen and I have an arrangement. I keep an eye on Goots, and she shows me what the competition's up to. Interesting arms and armor, things like that. Anyway, the other day, she shows me a cuirass she's come by. Masterpiece of level work. Light, supple, and tougher than it had any right to be. Made my stuff look like heavy, clumsy shit.
Do you get imposter syndrome?
The thing there and then just to study it, but I was too proud. Now, every time I reach for my hammer, I'm reminded that I'm not the craftsman I thought I was. There. You happy? You got what you came for. Now piss off.
All right. We're going. I always thought of old Blackthorn as a bit of a force of nature. Like a storm cloud full of hail. Didn't think anything could rattle him. Least of all a stupid
I
piece
feel
of
it's
lead.
Blackthorn's always taken pride in his craft. Questioning it means questioning himself. Something tells me this is only going to get worse. If he has doubts, it will affect his work, which will only add to his problems. We need to nip this in the bud.
I couldn't agree more.
He said he should have bought that cuirass. Perhaps we should track it down for him. Assuming you're happy to help, that is.
Too bloody right I am.
Glad to hear it. First things first, then. We need to speak to Karen.
That monster's taken quite a liking to Lady Karen.
He's not a monster. He's Torgal. And he'd take a liking to you too if you gave him as many nuts as Nan does.
You're giving nuts?
Do you have a moment? Blackthorn mentioned that you'd recently come by a leather cuirass. An exquisite example of the craft, from what he told us.
And he ain't been himself since he saw it. So we thought we'd buy it for him.
Sorry, sold it already. Didn't think Blackthorn cared for it the way he turned his nose up. But it was nicely put together, that's for certain. Even if the bloke who made it is a bit of an odd one. Happened across him on my travels. Makes all his stuff to order, but the fella who commissioned it refused to pay. He didn't like the colour of summit. So I took it off his hands for a fair price.
You don't know where we might find him, do you?
Like I said, he's a bit of an odd one. Doesn't even have a workshop. He don't trust hunters neither, which means he spends as much time out tracking beasties as he does working their hides.
I see.
He did tell me something, though. Apparently, his next commission's for a set of griffin hide greaves.
Here, there's a griffin on the hunt board. The curse breakers were placing bets on who'd bag it. Now, where the bleeding hell was it sighted? Somewhere in Sambrec, maybe? Care Northern, that was it.
Thank you, Karen.
A griffin.
Lost without you.
At least you
Not bought one of those.
So, it sounds like going after that griffin might be the best chance we have of finding our roaming leatherworker.
I'll leave the hunting to you if you don't mind. While you get on with that, I'll ask around the markets. See if I can't sniff out who he is and where he's hiding.
Good idea. Hopefully one of us will be able to track him down.
Pimmy, why have you done this to me? To me, your friend PB.
Did you come to borrow a book, Sid?
Is this where the cockpit would be? Let's turn it into his library. The bridge, I guess, rather.
Knowledge is yours. It has been difficult, certainly.
When Titan visited his wrath upon us on that dreadful night, we lost much. He robbed us not only of our home and our loved ones, but of that which Sid fought fiercest to preserve, our hope. Hope that we might never have found again had you not taken his name, and become our light in the darkness.
Had you not led us here,
To Benamir and the Invincible, where, among the ghosts of the fallen, our journey can continue. Here in the belly of the Leviathan, untouched by the passing of 1,000 years, does our hope burn brighter than ever, and here may it burn for 1,000 more.
I have a few new notes that might interest you. If you have a question for me,
So
I
close.
should be happy to answer it.
Ahriman. With their single unblinking eye, these winged horrors ever scan the horizon, seeking their next victims, using their singular ability to bend the very air around themselves, and leap across great distances to take prey unawares. Those few who manage to survive this preliminary assault, however, are soon faced with a second horror, a crippling curse whispered from the lips of an abyssal maw, leaving them but moments to lament their fates. They sound fun.
Did you learn everything you needed?
Just a little guy. Come on. Man, I might actually end a little bit early tonight. I'm feeling real sleep.
Deadlands wouldn't be half as bad without all the bloody dust.
All quiet in the Dominion. The Dalmex and the Imperials are to stand off. They snarl at each other, fangs bared like slum curs, but neither wants to make the first move. It's almost as if they realize what a stinking pile of chocobo shit they've stepped in. If I were a man to lay wager, I put my copper on this conflict not playing out anytime soon. I shall keep you appraised. Gav. A flame none brighter. My Lord Marquess, I ask once again for you to forgive my men for your welcome back at the Lazarus, but certainly you can understand that you were the last person any of us were expecting to see at our gates. In the short time since our reunion, you have shown yourself to be the self-same man I followed into Stillwind those many years ago, a true bearer of your father's legacy. If only Sir Tyler, the Lord Commander, and all those others who were lost that night were still with us to see how bright your flame now burns. To you and your cause, I hereby pledge the swords of the Guardians, and I'm proud to stand alongside you once again. Wid. Lad from the yard ran up a basket of martels just this morning. Sweet as honey and crisp as the morning breeze they were. I told myself I was only going to have one, but I reckon if no one else listens to old Otto, I don't have to either. You let Nigel and his lot know they've done a fine job. Was a time you'd catch none but Sid supping on those, what for their foul bite. But for him, it never were just about the flavour, but about what they represented, our ability to make it on our own. And look at us now. Sid would be proud. Otto. I like these letters. Ask about griffin sightings. Did I hear you say you're hoping to hunt down a griffin, Kupo? Then do I have the billet for you, Kupo? An especially horrible one the locals call Duzmare. Duzmare. While passing along the trail from Lostwing to Caernarvon, one of our order was met with a sudden blast of wind, so strong that it bent back the trunks of the old oaks, and heard a cry so terrible that he ran for his life. Questioning the locals revealed that this area was the nesting place of the elder griffin known as Duzmare, a beast much hated for its appetite both for chocobos and for children. Okay, so the bills stay open. I don't do anything. So I'm guessing we just have to find the chocobo. Oh, not the chocobo, the griffin, rather.
Back again, Lord Rosfield. I'm touched that you should find me such good company.
It is not your company, but your counsel that I seek on this occasion.
Clive Nothor is king.
Ever the charmer. What will it be today, then?
The Iron Kingdom. I need to know what to expect.
You'll soon be setting sail for Drake's Breath, then, I take it. The mother crystal that rises from the boiling sea. There was a time when a true-blooded Rosarian had only to brave the waves to visit it. But then the Ironblood made their move. As you know, the Iron Kingdom rules over the islands to the west of Storm. Or rather, its church does. But this is not the pragmatic approach to state religion employed by the Holy Empire to manipulate the masses. No, the Iron Kingdom is the literal embodiment of the crystalline orthodoxy. And so, if one is to understand it, one must start there. As the name implies, the orthodoxy holds the mother crystals sacred, and they do not take kindly to heathens plundering the objects of their worship for the means to fill washtubs and light lamps with frivolous feats of magic. Indeed, the faithful consider ether a sinful thing, a poison no less. And to them, a dominant is an instrument of evil, albeit one they have proven only too happy to turn against their enemies. Some 80 years ago in Northern Storm, Drake's eye collapsed. Soon after, in pursuit of ether and with the blight at their backs, the Northern Territories descended upon the Grand Duchy of Rosaria. And when the Shields of the Flame marched north to meet them, the Iron Kingdom spied an opportunity. A few short days later, the Crusaders landed on the island of Mount Drastanus, home of Drake's Breath, and plucked it from the Duchy's grasp. Rosaria tried to reclaim it, of course, but to no avail. I doubt more than a handful of Duchy men have set foot on its shores in your lifetime. Nor are they like to again, under the Empire's stewardship, meaning the Iron Blood will keep their island, and with it, the foothold they need to march on mainland soil when next they spy an opportunity.
That's pretty neat.
The crystal is both the object of the Iron Blood's worship and their gateway to the continent, making Drastanus the holiest of holy grounds, from which the Orthodox Crusade shall one day sail forth to claim the remaining mother crystals, or die trying.
My father and my grandfather both traded blows with the Iron Blood for control of Drake's Breath. Had things unfolded differently at Phoenix Gate, we would have sent our entire fleet against them.
But instead, they sent their fleet against Rosaria, sacked the capital, killed the men, and captured the women, including Jill. I'd say you'd be forgiven for wanting a little revenge, Clive.
My only aim is to destroy the Mother Crystal. But thank you all the same. Not much else to do here. Let's see if Jill's ready.
Typical nobles.
I wonder if we can access the world map yet. We can. If I talk to Jill, it might progress us to the point that I have to go to the Iron Kingdom's crystal. Alright, yeah, I don't want to get started into that whole thing, because I do want to do our side quest first, and I want to hunt our bounties. So, with that in mind, I'm actually going to save it here for tonight. Ending earlier than I expected, earlier than I want to, but I am very tired. it just came on over me like a wave. So yeah, that is going to be it for tonight. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Thanks for chilling and chatting. I hope you enjoyed watching a little bit more Final Fantasy XVI tonight. We didn't get a whole ton done, but we had some nice plot moments all the same. Nice to meet Sir Wade again. And that moment with the uncle, despite the fact that we'd never met him before, that was actually quite sweet. I like that. Yeah, but yeah, I'll be back again tomorrow evening at 7:30 p.m. What I'm playing, I don't know yet. Next week's going to be more varied. We're going to be back to a slightly regular schedule. Probably going to still play Final Fantasy a bit more than I would any other game. But we're back to morning and evening streams. I'll be starting Tears of the Kingdom probably Tuesday morning. But as for what I'm doing tomorrow night, I don't know yet. It might be more Final Fantasy 6. Might be Street Fighter 6. Or sorry, Final Fantasy 16 rather. Or Street Fighter 16. And I also need to make some time for Divinity Original Sin 2. Maybe we can put that one on the back burner just for a couple weeks. But yeah, for now we are going to... Let's go raid Jimmy McGinger. That'll be funny. He's about to end. He can decide what to do with y'all. But yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. Y'all take care of yourselves. Be good. And bye-bye.